When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Sam and Laura Towler, or at least Sam, arrested. What happened? And my thoughts on it. Go free lesson of the day, multiracial harmonizing. What is it? Why are we made to pay for it? Where does it happen? Those and other titillating questions answered. My thoughts on Crypto-AntNats. And yes, I'm talking about things that live among animal droppings, but no, not talking about tiny bugs. I think we all despise the bugs much less. The MP of the day is when anti-whites say that white history is shameful. We will unpack. The moth orchid, what is it? Does it eat moths? I will briefly share. The recapture of our destiny is in our hands, folks. Lovely porridge, yes, final blossom, for null, Tony Vermont, intellectual embargo, imminent rain, groundhog fury, and others. They have put their shoulders under the sun and are heaving it into the western sky. We will discuss what makes us different. Victories. A news item or two, perhaps some comedic overtones like last week. No white guilt signs. Horrifying Pennsylvania town. Vaccine reactions caused by anxiety. Yes, you heard right on both headlines. Music, skits, your comments and calls, and adult children listening with their parents or guardians. Why aren't koala bears considered actual bears? It's obesitarian, says the stern-faced nomenclator. They don't have the right koalifications. And we, of course, are going free. A great Sunday evening, Monday morning to all of you on another victorious weekend and what will be undoubtedly a victorious week in service to white well-being. I hope the microphone is working all right. Do let me know over the course of the stream today. If you have questions or comments, please make them out to me in the live stream on YouTube here at No White Guilt, or over on D Live at No White Guilt as well. Be sure to tag me when you do. Now, to save time, I'm going to reserve answering questions that require more than a word or a sentence to those who are financially gifting. We're going to speed these shows up, keep them on 4 hours. Now, if you want to financially gift over the course of the stream today, you can do so over on Entropy at a cost of 15% to you. That 15% goes to those individuals who maintain that platform and therefore free speech for all of us. Elsewhere, you can financially gift on Cash App. Both URLs are in the description below. You can also financially gift with cryptocurrency by heading right over to my website, nowhiteguilt.org, nowhiteguilt.org. Click on the financial gift tab at the top, whatever it is, and it will show you the cryptocurrencies that I accept, as well as a snail mail address that you can reach me at. Let's see, what else do we have? We're going to start today, since this is the first show, the first gathering of the month. We are going to begin with those who financially gift regularly here to White Wellbeing, and a deep thank you to all of those individuals. Let me just go ahead and see if we cannot pull this up and have a look around here. We won't begin there. We will begin. How about we begin over here? In the All-Stars portion of the honors roll call, we have, let me just slide through here and see. We have George, and we have Child of Lindbergh, and we also have the great Joseph, and the great Final Blossom, as well as the truly magnificent White Healing. And we also have in the All-Stars segment Degent. And for the rest of the honors roll call today, we have Tamara, Greg, Kevin, Michael, Tim, Ronald and Deborah, Kat, Sarah and June, another Ronald and Hungarian Spectator, William, Andrew White, Pete, Yaz, Jay, as well as Jacqueline, Starshine Girl, Greg, Rujesh and Promethean Epoch, Jim, Greg, and that's another Greg, Thomas, Albertus, Jason, Saiban, Ryan, Omar, Saint Mick Freeman, John, Kaishi, Dainty Brighton, Inquipper, and another John as well. And we have W.K. Hendrickson, Liberty Battle, Jacked, Cockubek, Evillian, Wayne, Scott, and finally rounding out, we have Farrell, Save Western Civilization Now, Crocus, Dean, King Petrus, Brad C., JP, DB Cooper, Michigan Wave, Rockford Traitor, Crux, Wingate, Ben, Diane, Roscoe, Summarizing, All-Star, Salutrian Exile, Orcus, and Little Red, Heidi, Van Buskirk, and finally, lineman who holds the line with all of us doing the hard work of serving white well-being. Let's get a big, raucous round of emojis and applause for all of these magnificent folks who serve white well-being in this fashion, as well as many of the names there you recognize. They serve white well-being in many fashions. And so we celebrate every single one of them, especially as we continue to have success after sterling success. And so we are not missing anyone. Last Sunday, came in late, and so I didn't get an opportunity to read them. Brad C. with $20 financial gift. And maybe I even know what you wrote. I think it was over here. He wrote, the great Brad C. wrote, for my community, and a great heart emoji. Thank you so very much for that, dear brother. And we also have Nature Boy from last week, financially gifting $10. Thank you so much, brother. And that $10, he says, is for more NWG rocks everywhere. Well, I agree with that 100%. Thank you, my dear brother. Both of you. Big, let's get some applause for them as well. I see Sterling Price and Biospirit of the West. Can see the, I guess you can see the orchid, the moth orchid in the room. Yes, maybe I'll hold it up close to the camera. We'll talk about that a little bit later. The first thing we're going to jump right into, I don't think we have missed anything that I wanted to tell you all right at the jump. So the first thing we're going to jump right into is the Sam and Laura, well, Sam's arrest, as I said earlier, and Laura's harassment. If you all don't know, this is Laura and Sam from Patriotic Alternative, and they were, I guess it was 2 weeks ago now. I didn't get to hear anything more really than you all got to hear or know about this. I reached out a bunch of times. I guess it was a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. I heard that Sam was arrested, and I reached out a number of places, and I was not able to get any more information. In fact, nobody responded. So I discovered, though, that Sam had been on his way to work in the morning, and he was stopping by the post office. I guess he had just delivered a number of packages for Laura Towler's tea and the other things of that nature that they sell. And as soon as he turned around, the UK's anti-terrorism police force was there. Now, mind you, we have been talking about this, that if Biden got elected, the governments across the West would swing into full gear across against all those who are white sympathetic of various types of white sympathies and various types, and that they would be using the entirety of their intelligence communities against everybody who is white sympathetic. And that, of course, they have to build their army, their fake army. They have to give it this fiction in the anti-white narrative of the ne'er-do-well, the bad guy. They have to provide bodies for it. So the flesh is going to be made up of innocent people like Sam and Laura and many others who are being arrested and raided across the United States and around the Western world. And so they arrested him, and he did the right thing. He went with them, and he also did not, apparently over there, the thing that you're supposed to say is that you have no comment when you speak with law enforcement. And that's what the barristers, their attorneys, that's what they recommend, and probably is the best thing to do over in the UK. I will give you my recommendation for at least those in the United States, and perhaps would be useful elsewhere around the world as well. But do check with those who would be in the know in your countries. But he was arrested. He was taken down to the police station. Laura didn't know. Simultaneously, as though this wonderful, innocent, beautiful, loving couple were international, were part of some sort of international spy ring. Simultaneously, his arrest and her home was, their home was raided. She was in some state of dishabille, and they entered nonetheless. Male officers of this terrorism task force in the UK, and there were a bunch of things. And I listened to this interview that Mark did of both of these wonderful people, whom I have both met in person, and genuinely salt of the earth, loving, patriotic people, the kind of people you would want to have as your neighbors, the kind of people that if you had to leave your children somewhere, they would be first on the list. Great people, good people, and hardworking people. And the reason why we have had great countries is because of people like Sam and Laura. And they entered, and they took their devices. They even took her devices, and there was a lot of discussion about how, well, her devices were not on the warrant, and how that's illegal, and obviously, I mean, we're dealing with anti-whites, and they're going to break the law. They're going to bend the law. They'll violate the law. They'll break the law, and it's a big lesson for everyone to learn. We should not have to learn from the lesson from those we love getting arrested, getting harassed, getting dragged through the court system, and whatever else they're going to be put through. But it's a big lesson to learn that the anti-whites, they will break the law. We who serve white well-being, anybody who is white sympathetic, you are in a situation where you are lawless. The law does not apply to you. And I think that was the original meaning. When someone would be declared lawless so that they could be killed, they could be murdered, they could be whatever. It's effectively, I mean, you can't be murdered. Well, you can. I mean, they're allowing anti-whites to maim and disfigure in the streets and murder. Yes, people are dying, and the normal investigations are pushed aside, etc. People aren't charged the way they should be charged when it comes to the anti-whites. So, in effect, that's what it amounts to across the West. And certainly from the point of view of the victims who are being victimized by this, the anti-whites are just getting away with whatever they want to do to us. And it would be the anti-whites in terrorism task forces all the way down to that convicted pedophile who has just gotten out of prison. And as long as he's anti-white, he can do whatever he wants to white people in Western civilization. He can be that anti-white terror troop out in the street, as we've been calling them. So it's a big lesson to learn, and we should never be surprised. So this is the reason for talking about this is, number one, I love these people. My heart goes out to them. I want the best for them. I hope it turns out perfectly, exactly as they want it to turn out for them, given the circumstances. Yes, the officers charged Sam, or they threatened him with 3 charges, one of which I think carried maybe a decade or more imprisonment. And then they ended up saying, well, now we'll drop those 2, and now we just need some information on this one. And the one was about, they seem to believe that he has something to do with stickers being posted around the UK that apparently are illegal to post. And of course, we know that Sam has nothing to do with any of that. And so my hope is that he is acquitted, he goes free, and they get their devices back. Now, of course, this is the lesson for the rest of us, is that please don't ever rely on the fiction of legality or law when it comes to the anti-whites. They will break every law. They will reinterpret every statute. They will do whatever they have to do when the time comes. They want to do something to you. So there are a couple lessons there. The first one is, you're not going to be able to hide. If they want to get you, you're not going to be able to say, well, it was this, or it was that, or I stopped participating, or whatever. It's not going to be enough. So that's one of the reasons why we push so hard right now with the lexicon and dialectics of going free, because that is the context in which the conversation takes place. If you change that, then you change these outcomes. Complaining about double standards, complaining about hypocrisy, complaining about illegality, complaining has done nothing and will do nothing. So if they come for you First of all, if you're going free, you are going to be far less likely, and you choose your company well. You're going to be far infinitely less likely to have any sort of trouble with law enforcement. These are not the kinds of things they want read into court records. If it were to go to a grand jury, or if you were to go to trial, they don't want read into court records. Well, Bob here, Wolfgang here, believes in white well-being, and he believes that everybody of every immutable characteristic can participate to push back against anti-whiteism, to put a stop to it. That's not the kind of thing they want. They want to bring you in and associate you with villains. So if you have not, if you have been a villain in the past, you have to disavow. You have to say you had gone wrong. You had went down the wrong path. You are now embracing the practice of going free of the anti-white narrative. And that has to be genuine. It has to be real in your heart. If you are friends with people who, and you normally speak with them, you normally are, it's a whole association that you have going on with them, you're going to run the risk of being one of their cohorts when it goes to a courtroom. And remember, you're not going to be able to stand up in front of these juries and say, well, I was kind of joking there, and I kind of meant, this over here. It's just going to be the black and white of the things that you have said, the lives that you have led. So let's make it the right things. And when it comes down to it, don't put your energy into complaining. Don't put your energy into talking about, the illegality. Now, you'll speak with your attorney or whatever if you are embroiled in some sort of case or charge. But having said that, and you'll find a way to deal with the charges as best as possible. I would, I would counsel against some sort of hoopla about illegality. I mean, for God's sakes, if you can be suicided in maximum security prison, then let's just be realistic about the anti-whites being in charge. So how do you talk to, instead, what do? You put your focus on the things you can affect, the things you can change, what you can do with the time you have, and obviously protecting yourself from such spurious allegations, lawsuits, arrests, etc. What do you say when law enforcement comes for you, if they ever do? Now, the other thing I will say is, if you are just participating, you're just maybe you're painting rocks and you're putting them out in the landscape and having epic success, or distributing leaflets, or talking with your friends and family and strangers, nothing is going to happen to you. If you're talking about going free, nothing is going to happen to you. Somebody like myself is a potential target, because to attack me or to attack Jared George is to then scare a great many people. And that's really also what's happening with Sam and Laura. To attack them is to scare a great many people, good people, away. And that's what they want to do. They want to scare away the adults in the room, the good people in the room, and just leave behind the vermin who like to play the villain and who will just start talking tough and that sort of thing. So final thing I'll say on this is, if law enforcement ever comes to speak with you, though, about going free, about any of this stuff, you put a genuine smile on your face, and you thank them, and you tell them that you will speak with them through your attorney. May you have their card. And they ask another question, and you just smile again. Yes, thank you. I will speak with you through my attorney. May I please have your card? And the reason why is that, again, this is going to go to a prosecutor, what you said, your demeanor, and this in an age when the anti-whites are pushing furiously to make heresy to anti-whiteism a mental illness. In many sectors, they are endeavoring to do this. So your demeanor, how you behave, is going to be very important. when having these conversations. So they're going to go back and they'll tell a potential prosecutor, and then he or she's going to have to think about whether or not to bring what you said before a grand jury, or how that ends up actually looking to any case they might like to build against you. So you're polite. We're polite people. You thank them. You tell them you will happily speak with them through an attorney, and then you get their card. You especially do this if it is somebody from the FBI or one of these entities that have proven themselves to be quite ignoble throughout the totality of our lives. Any questions during this first hour, this segment? I will revisit when we come back. I will visit, I guess, when we come back after the break. Also, any financial gifts that take place, I will visit when we come back after the break. So I'm going to jump on to the going free lesson of the day. And that is the final thing I'll say also is that what I opened with, this is what we absolutely expected would happen with the security services, the intelligence community, and it is happening exactly as we said it would. Now, where else did you hear that this was going to happen exactly this way, and that now it's panning out this way? Why is that relevant? Well, do you want to be able to have a happy, loving, safe future? Then you listen to those who tell you what's going to happen in the future, and it actually comes to fruition. You don't continue to give time to people who pontificate in just a turgid way, or who are just foul-mouthed miscreants, and they have nothing of value to say, and they make all kinds of predictions and interpretations, and none of it is real. Just think about this in terms of your money, because that's where it's easily understandable. If you are being told on one street corner by one brokerage that invest here, and they talk to you in a very highfalutin way, and they talk about the creations of stocks and bonds, and who created them and what year it was, and they talk about all of these wonderful things, and you invest with them. And then you go down the street and you find another firm, and they're in there using cuss words, every other word, and making baseless allegations about this company or that company. And then you invest some money in them. Then you go down the street, you get to the nice part of town, and you find the brokerage that we represent. And you come in, and they speak in a lucid way. Sometimes it hurts. Sometimes it is. It seems exactly as what you anticipated. Sometimes it's a bit of a not what you, I guess, anticipated. And then a month later, 6 months later, you come back, and the two first brokerages, you've lost everything. In fact, you owe them money, and they have sent Big Louie to come and break your fingers to get the money back that they want from you. And you come to our brokerage, and you have quadrupled your investment. Where would you go from there forward? So it's very important when people are able to evaluate reality and provide you with a answer that ends up comporting with outcomes, and they're able to make predictions that prove to be accurate. That is where a sane person stays. We're going to talk about multiracial harmonizing, and this is straight from the text Go Free, second edition, iteration 1. We are forced to harmonize. What is multiracial harmonizing anyhow? Well, we are forced to harmonize the racial diversity, which massively diverts our resources, time, talent, and money. And that massive consumption of our resources radically lowers our quality of life in all areas of our lives. Multiracial harmonizing are efforts designed to ameliorate the progressive tension hostility between the racial ethnic groups in racially ethnically diverse populations. Such efforts take various forms and consume massive resources in time, energy, and intelligence. So multiracial harmonization is the big elephant in the room, in that the anti-whites have told you throughout your throughout your life, literally throughout the entirety of your life, that multiracialism, they usually refer to it as multiculturalism to lead you astray from naming something with its actual name, which is where all the power lies. In fact, I had written a note to myself, and maybe I'll talk about this more next week. Somebody will have to help me remember about sorcerers and how they claim that if you know the real name of a thing, you can manipulate its essence. Well, it holds true, but it's not supernatural. And people refuse to accept the reality that I subjugated myself to a very long time ago. I just have turned myself over to the outcomes of the scientific method. And quite clearly, when you call things by their actual names, you end up being able to be the author of your story. And that's what we need to be, as we say very often here at 32 minutes past the hour, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, outside of Washington, D.C., where a very crazy old man lives. Very crazy. Loses his train of thought all the time. But on this side of the Potomac, we're a little clearer thinking, at least. Now, we've been told that multiracialism, that diversity, that all of these things are this great benefit to us, this great strength. And it's been told to us in seemingly an infinite number of scenarios. It begins with the very, very young, where it shows it's just pictures. It's here you have a multiracial children, and they're the good ones. They are the ones that are kicking the soccer ball just right, and it goes into the net, and they're the fair team. They're the good team. They're the winning team. And then on the other side, you have the monoracial all-white team, which is perfectly evil. And they are tripping, and they're cheating, and they are getting the attention of one of the, what are they called? Refs in soccer, football for everyone else around the world. And they're getting the attention so that some rule can be broken somewhere. And the children, as they look at this, their subconscious mind takes it in as reality, not some anti-white monster's intent to infect them with an anti-white narrative so as to get them to lower their guard and therefore be able to inflict injury on them and destroy Western civilization. It begins there. It goes all the way up to even your adult novels and movies and the like, and you see the exact same endless scenarios of strength through multiracialism, joy through multiracialism, intelligence through multiracialism, resilience to disease through multiracialism. It is endless. The scenarios are endless. And the inverse holding true for a monoracial environment when it is white people. When it is white people. Another sign, another element that even when I was a child, I knew, whoa, these people are definitely anti-white because it's not evil, corrupt, or wrong. I was at university, not a child anymore. I was at university, and I would ask these questions. I wanted to ace every class, which I did, but every now and again I would ask safe questions when I wasn't manipulating my professors successfully every time. I would ask safe questions, and I would ask about the monoracial success of Japan, the monoracial success of China, and just go through different groups. And I would watch them squirm, these anti-whites squirm, trying to explain how, well, it's just different in those environments. Well, the difference is that they're not white, so therefore it's moral and good. When it's white people, it's evil and corrupt, etc. So why then is there a department at your school, at your church, at your place of business, at your work? Why are there government entities everywhere, state level, federal level, private entities everywhere that hire staff, etc., hundreds of thousands, maybe even, I would assume, yes, absolutely, now millions at this point, people, and pay them hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars every year, and then task them with their intelligence and etc., their time, their effort, everything, with finding out how to make everything work, how to make it all work when it just doesn't work. Well, of course, those two things are incongruous. You don't need all of this machinery, public and private sector, bureaucracies and departments, classes and codes, laws and trainings, professions and punishments. You don't need all of that superstructure to make something work that is supposed to be a great boon, a great strength to your people. It is so obvious. It is so in your face. It is having the Grand Canyon in front of you and not being able to see that there is no canyon. There's just no canyon. So you can't see that there's no kid. You're like, well, wait a second. This kind of is a giant gulf between here and there. No, don't see the giant gulf. There is nothing amiss there. The land just continues and just keep walking. And the outcome essentially is the same for Western kind if we continue walking across what appears to be a giant gash running through the landscape. It will not work out well. This is the reality of multiracial harmonizing. And for us, it impacts us in a great many ways. And that's how we have to view, or it affects us in a great many ways. That's how we have to view every single subject. How does multiracial harmonizing harm us? Well, something else I think we have to, before mentioning that, and I read it a moment ago, before mentioning that, is that multiracial harmonization is a meme curative, because you use this on yourself, this reality, and you use it on individuals that you're trying to bring over to go free. You can use it on anti-whites in debate as well, asking the same sort of questions that I'm asking here. Why does there need to be this grand superstructure? And of course, in this superstructure, they not only endeavor to make all these incongruous biospirits and projections that in their aggregate are each people's culture. Not only are they tasked with trying to make all of that work, but of course, it also serves to further inflict injury on Western kind, Western civilization, because every difficulty, every incongruity is blamed on who? Western kind and Western civilization. More has to be taken. That's the conclusion at every one of these departments, from every one of these department heads, from every one of these department staffers, these apparatchiks. Every single time it's, well, more has to be taken from Western kind. Western kind has to recognize more of their evil. Westmen have to get down on their knees. And this is already happening. We have videos, of course, check with CNN as we come up on the 40th minute of the first hour. Check with CNN of these videos where you can see in these classes that are held at universities and at your places of business, where they bring in some speaker and they are anti-white as all get out, and they are paid big money. You then, even at the federal level of our countries around the world, they bring in these individuals and pay them hundreds of thousands, even millions of dollars in speakers' fees. And they come in and then they train everyone present to hate Western kind even more. It's more anti-whiteism. And we've seen in these cases where white people, and in fact, there's a story that Andreas sent me, and I wish I could, or Andre sent me, and I wish I could pull it up right now. I won't be able to, about children. Was it in Australia? They were forced to stand up at a community center, white, male, Christian, and they had to stand up and they had to take the blame for all of the ills of all of the world of all time. These children. So they're doing it at all levels. So they second as that purpose. So we talk about how they harm us. We talk about how they harm our children. We talk about how, when, as I read earlier, when this is implemented in public and private scenarios, it diverts colossal resources. And that massive consumption of our resources, time, talent, and money, reduces our quality of life, maybe even your span of life, in every single area of your life and everyone you care about. What would Western civilization look like today if we could just uproot multiracial harmonizing just for the past 10 years, past 20 years, what would we look like today? What would traffic look like in and out of our cities? How would that have been remedied? How about diseases? How about we could just go on and on of the ways that life could have been made better, life would have been made better. So you have the opportunity costs. What have we lost out on because so much attention and that consumption of resources, but then also what did we lose out on because of the treatment, the psychological abuse of our children and our adults, people of all ages who have to go through multiracial harmonizing, the classes that they end up holding. What are the outcomes there for them psychologically? And then as a consequence, physically, what happens? What happens to the guy who's maybe on the edge about how he feels about himself? And then he's got to go to one of these anti-white terrorism classes. I mean, this is essentially what's happening, is psychological abuse. And he goes in there and he finds out how horrible it is. And he ends up having to apologize for being white, to feel a little better, to feel good about hating himself, to feel good about hating his people. Does that push him over? Does he begin then just saying, screw it all, I'm not going to be a good person. I'm just going to, maybe he's going to end up eating poorly. And before you know it, in a handful of years, he's going through heart surgery after heart surgery for all heart disease and different things as a consequence of living an unhealthy life, as a consequence of hating himself and his people. The costs are astronomical, and it baffles my mind. The ways in which we are victimized is astronomical. It's innumerable, and it baffles me that there are people out there. In one sense, once they hear about going free and what we do, it baffles me that they continue to demonize other races rather than talk about all the harm inflicted on us. You can't come up with any? Talk about an IQ failure. You can't come up with any. I mean, it's endless. It's endless. Talk about the way that we are being harmed. We are forced to harmonize the racial diversity. Massively diverts our resources, harms our people in various ways as we are approaching the 45th minute of the first hour today, which is going to be a glorious going free. I'm so excited about it. I didn't really have time to get everything rolling, but we'll make it work in one way or another. But we're going to be having your questions, your calls. So make sure that you bring up multiracial harmonization, multiracial harmonizing. When you're in a conversation with a vague, when you're in a conversation with an anti-white, but specifically more important with vagues, with people you're trying to bring over to going free, the moment you start talking about, we are forced to harmonize the diversity. It's called multiracial harmonization. And they say, well, what do you mean we have to harmonize the diversity? What is that? Well, you know, all of these departments at your corporation, at the universities, and it's everywhere. So does this multiracialism work? Is it a good thing? Is it a strength, this massive multiracial harmonization? Is that actually a good thing to have a bunch of people in sufficient numbers that they are in intense competition for which culture is going to be the culture that everybody has to live in, as a consequence of everybody, all these different races having different biospirits? Is this a good thing? Is it a good thing for us to have to do that? Because it seems like it's weakening us, doesn't it? So you can approach this many different ways. Having to harmonize the diversity. Put those words in your mind for your everyday use in your conversations. If you do, I promise you, life is going to get a lot easier for you in your conversations with anti-whites. It'll get a lot easier for you in your conversations with vagues out there that you want to bring over to our side. It's one of the biggest weaknesses and one of the most visible weaknesses of anti-whiteism, the ideology known as anti-whiteism. Now, very quickly, as we have, it looks like 13 and a half minutes left of the first segment, I'm going to talk about crypto anti-whites. Now, this past TAP, we had a magnificent TAP episode with Mr. Jared George and, of course, Jeff Winston of White Art Collective, and we addressed what has been a just interminable issue when it comes to AntNats. And now with everyone, it seems, suffering BIBS, Biden-induced bipolar syndrome, you have people who would not have played the villainy role, who are now heading down that path, or who only played it a little bit, who are now going wildly that direction, because BIBS causes one of two things: going down the road of villainy, or dropping out and trying to hide and think that that's going to somehow make things better, when it's not. It's like being a mouse and the house is on fire and you're like, I'm just going to go hide in my little mouse hole. I think it'll be okay. No, it's not going to be okay. So you're going to have to make it happen if you're going to recapture our destiny, and therefore your destiny, our well-being. We're seeing a lot of these AntNats who are they're very upset because their ideas of being an antique nationalist of various stripes have utterly failed them. They have been in place for ever since the end of a particular period in history, and nobody, even folks much more talented than themselves, have been able to make it work, have been able to do anything with it. It's just a reality. I mean, if you want to hate me for telling the truth about that, then so be it. It's just a reality. So they're very frustrated, and they're very scared. Now with BIBS, they're saying, well, it's just getting worse every day, so therefore X. And what is X for them? Since they cannot defeat the anti-whites, they know that. They know they can't defeat the anti-whites. That's why it's so bad. Their ideas and their leaders and et cetera have been in place for so long, and it's done nothing. Talk about another group of people and be a chump in their story for so long, and it does nothing for you. And so what can they do? Well, they can't take down the anti-whites. They can't take on the anti-whites. They're not even brave enough to go onto a street corner and fly one of those flags and start preaching about how everybody needs to be an AntNat. So what they can do instead is hide online and then take down those who are having success. It's called tall poppy syndrome, and genuine AntNats are suffering from that. They look over at those who are practicing going free, and they see all of the successes that we are having in love, hope, and redemption, and they despise us for the success. Have a look at tall poppy syndrome and see if it doesn't speak specifically to the behavior of anti-whites. It's a very childish thing. It's in a way a very human thing for people who have never really fully matured, and that's a lot of people. Neoteny has followed a lot of people up into adulthood at just 10 and a half minutes left here in the first segment. And so those are the actual AntNats that are out there. But there's something else. Crypto-AntNats, who have built reputations online as genuine AntNats. Nobody ever sees their faces. They never get on a video to say, here I am, this is what I look like, and I'm going to do so. I'm going to show everybody what I look like, because I am making arguments that destroy, that undermine, that misrepresent intentionally a practice that is working to help white people. I mentioned on tap, and I invited the folks who are in leadership roles of different organizational entities and shows to step up and to condemn those who are misrepresenting the practice of going free and misrepresenting me personally, and therefore preventing us from reaching people who might need to be saved from suicide today, who might need to be saved from any number of things today. And Going Free has demonstrated this in so many ways, and it just continues to demonstrate it. And I told the story on tap the other day, the example of what if there was a doctor's practice and they decided they were going to give white people who don't have health insurance free healthcare for minor issues. So not even something big. We've had 9 people, one of them not quite brave enough yet to come forward to talk about going free, saving him from suicide. But we talk about the suicide, and that's not to play down the far more numerous other ways that going free has helped people to practice. But it is to say that it's reached that zenith, and that is a glorious thing. Nothing could fill my heart more with love and happiness and felicity than that. So the doctors then say, well, we're going to do this, but no one here can say nasty things about other races of human beings. So you're not going to be able to be a patient here if you say nasty things about other races of human beings. And you're not going to be able to be an ant-nat at this practice or be served if you are an ant-nat. If you're a regular person, you don't have health insurance, white person, you need help, we will help you. But you have to give up the ant-nat nitwittery, and you have to give up hating other races of people and living in their story. Well, crypto-AntNats and very deranged, genuine ant-nats would attack the doctor's practice. It would not matter how many white children that are benefiting from the doctor's practice, just like so many white children. In fact, we can say now more than 100 white children around the world that I know of are benefiting by going free. So these crypto-AntNats and really degenerate, genuine ant-nats would endeavor to destroy the doctor's practice that's actually helping white people. Ant-nats out there, people of other stripes, they can dislike me. They can be very jealous of me. Plenty of people are. I don't understand why, because I have as many or more failings as any other human being. But they can hate me. They can hate the practice of going free. They can hate the fact, they can have tall poppy syndrome and hate the fact that we're having success where they have not. They can hate that all they want. But they can't take away the fact that we're doing good for white people. We're helping white people. We are making white people better and stronger. Individuals, families, children, the lives of children, communities. And so if they're sane, whether they are an ant-nat or any other variety, they would just leave us alone. They wouldn't go out to the world and to every chat forum they can and tell lies, misrepresentations, and slanders of various types to prevent people from listening to me, to prevent people from looking into Go Free, to prevent people from getting better. What kind of person wants to prevent white people from self-improvement, family improvement, community improvement, race improvement? What kind of person would want to prevent that from happening? Certainly no one who genuinely wants what's good. So I submit to you that every single person, every single account name that you see, each one of these people probably have half a dozen accounts, every single one that you see that endeavors to burn down the practice of going free, to misrepresent it to as many people as possible, that every single one wants harm. They desire harm to come to white people. That is an absolute, undeniable fact. Since the doctor's practice does good for white people, it just prevents them from being ant-nats and says, we won't serve you if you're an ant-nat, and we won't serve you if you hate other races of human beings. But we will help you if you don't do those things. We will make you better. We will help to improve you. Anyone that is trying to prevent you from getting to that door, from walking through that door at that doctor's office, I submit to you, does not want white people to get better, that they want to harm white people. Every single time you see one of those names, misrepresenting, lying, and I'm talking about lying out of whole cloth, not just misrepresenting an event or misrepresenting an individual or misrepresenting whole scale lies that I've seen all over. So I say to this, the individuals, and we know who they are, who run other organizations, some of them ant-nat organizations, some of them have shows that where they tell a lot of funny, it's lowbrow comedy, but it can be funny at times. I ask them to join me in condemning everyone who misrepresents and slanders the work that we do for white people that's helping their lives, improving their lives, and that I will submit this as well. If they don't condemn everyone in their community who is doing this, which, by the way, if they do condemn the misrepresentation and the slander of what we do, etc., if they do condemn it, that will force the Crypto-AntNats to stop attacking us as well. Because if they don't, they will be outed as problematic, and people will begin to look at them with squinted eyes. And who really are you? Why do you continue when it clearly is? I mean, you hate Jason, fine, but they're helping people. So if they condemn that behavior, it will also help to out the Crypto-AntNats. If they do not, for themselves, these people who have shows who attack and misrepresent and mock and belittle, and parties or clubs or whatever it is, groups, if they do not stop with the attacks and they do not condemn the attacks and misrepresentations, then I submit to you that they want the harmful outcomes that we prevent from happening to our people. The suicides are on their hands. The arrests are on their hands. The children who no longer have their mother or father from the arrest is on their hands. The outcomes for those children who have revolving door boyfriends coming and going, maybe molesting them coming and going, is on their hands. If they don't step up and stop with all of the misrepresentation and slander, really childish elementary school level stuff, if they don't stop it and they don't condemn it in their community, those are the outcomes that they are going to cause. And that means those are the outcomes that they want to cause. And that should give you pause. Finally, quickly here, I will say, I did want to read here. Groundhog Fury writes, I'm already listening to the stream for the second time, and I'll probably listen. This is the tap stream. And I'll probably listen to it again in the future. Pure gold. Thank you, gentlemen, for reinforcing my conviction that going free is the right strategy for our people on individual levels and on the macro scale. Thank you so much, the great Groundhog Fury. And also we have John Ludwig writing, I've come to realize that antique nationalism is an excellent term that summarizes many pitfalls. I hope antique nationalists, AntNats, keeps gaining more traction and completely replaces the term Wignat, which is horribly anti-white. I can't think of a worse term to use or comprehend why anyone in our sphere would use it. I don't know who came up with Wignat, but I know who popularized it, and it was Nick Fuentes. And I have been assured that by many different people that he was the one who really popularized Wignat. It is despicable, and as you all know, I never really knew what the definition was and didn't want to use it. Only uttered it several times. Antique nationalists, which we came up with, and then Grayman improved upon a little bit, and then Naderific made perfect. We hope that it continues as well, because these people are trapped in antiquity of various degrees. They are trapped in antiquity, and as a consequence, they're not going to go anywhere. So we want them to get better. If you can go in, as I've said before, to an antique store and see your ideology, your ideology, I guess, almost like a religio ideology, a policy for governance and economy, and you can find it there in the antique store along with old Mrs. Jones, 101 years old, shuffling through the dust in the antique shop. You're not going to win. You're not going to win. When you are ready, young men and women of all ages, we will be ready to redeem you to the love, hope, and redemption of going free of the anti-white narrative. Now, the final thing we have here is the MP of the day, which is white history is shameful. Have you all heard that? Has anybody out there ever heard white history is shameful? What an awful thing to think or to say. Oh, let me just look here really quickly. Where is this thing? I want to be able to. We'll get that up in a moment. But white history is shameful. It's shameful. You've probably heard it in your own head. You've probably thought it. If you're being honest with yourself, everybody has thought it, because you can't not. It's been inserted through the entertainment. So the only way to heal is to admit that you're actually injured. You have to admit that this thought has gone through your head. And maybe you hated that you had the thought. You probably did, but you hated that you had the thought. But you have to accept that you had the thought. Now, if you can say this in so many ways to yourself about the people who infected you with this idea, and you can also say it with the vagues you just have conversations with, the anti-whites. So you change the verbiage a little bit. The MC in response to this is you wish that it were shameful so that you could justify the harm that you and other anti-whites inflict on us. You would never condemn an entire non-white people's history, which again proves that you are anti-white. Now, if you're talking to an anti-white, that's how you can say it. If you're talking to yourself, you say this about the people who implanted those ideas in you, that white history is shameful. The reality is, but you don't bother saying this in conversation, even with yourself. You don't even have to bother saying this. It'll do nothing but keep you in their story. So definitely don't do it in a conversation with a vague or with an anti-white. But the reality, of course, is that every race of people has done good and bad things. Western kind has done a really significant number of good things around the world, for the world, and many, many billions benefit as a consequence of the good things that we've done for the world. So that's the reality. That's the objective reality. But you don't mention that because in the anti-white narrative, that's not the case. In the anti-white narrative, all bad has been done by white people, all the substantive bad. Other races may have done something bad here or there, but it's really irrelevant. In the anti-white narrative, all the substantive bad has been done by white people. So you just want to point out to yourself that the people who infected you with that were anti-white. Their objective was to harm you. Their objective was to get you to lower your guard so that you feel like you deserve to be harmed. Their objective was to get you to lower your guard so that you allow them to destroy white erase our Western civilization. And then when you're in a conversation with a friend, you can say to them, when they say white history is shameful, you can phrase it as, now you wouldn't say that about any non-white group of people. And as I've said with you all before, you can say to them, I know you, your character's better than that. Of course, white history isn't shameful. Only anti-whites talk that way. And I know for a fact that you are not an anti-white.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Feel hated just for being who you are? Are you tired of feeling guilty when you haven't done anything wrong? Well, feel guilt no more. Go free of that guilt with the book Go Free, a guide to aligning with the archetype of Western kind by Jason Köhne. Only $9.99. Learn of the anti-whiteism and meme pathogens which have been holding you back and go free of them with the power of meme curatives. And that's not all. Order now and get Born Guilty, liable for compensation, subject to retaliation, which takes the reader into Jason's home to learn of two great tales, Crucible and Prometheus Rising. In Crucible, you'll see the world through Jason's eyes as he struggled against the anti-white society surrounding him as a child. In Prometheus Rising, you'll learn of the mythical tale of Prometheus and his creations, which will instill in you a great understanding and love of our people, as well as an understanding of the evils that seek to destroy us. Born Guilty is available now for just $24.99. Get both Go Free and Born Guilty on Amazon.com. What's that? Prometheus Rising and Crucible are now available as standalone books, and they contain art not available in Born Guilty? Well, for just $11.99 each, you can get Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny, and Crucible, Child Patriot, American Victory. But wait, would you like to get your copies signed by Jason Köhne himself? Then forget Amazon. Go to NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com. That's NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com. Don't wait. This is a limited time offer. Order yours today.
I was dreaming with the people, and you know the song seems so far away. Many lived and died to find the light away. I was sleeping rather peaceful, but sure as sunlight starts the day, something shined and brought me to my feet again. I saw mountains rise and crumble in a day. Time was just another play, and she said far away. You're so close that you wouldn't believe it. Hide away. Now come undone. Far away. You're so close that you wouldn't believe it. Hide away. Now come undone. We were seeking all the pieces, but it's not just what you say and what you do. If you're not letting the heartbeat breathe through you, step through shadows and I'll see you better, dear. Feels so good to be this clear. And she said far away. It's so close that you wouldn't believe it. Now the way have come undone. Far away. It's so close that you wouldn't believe it. Now that we have come undone. Circling again. No need to look back from now to then. I love being here with you. I know you and you me too. Far away. It's out here and we plainly can see it another way. Have come undone. Oh, I'm a stowaway. In a world that you wouldn't believe, it's not far away. I've come undone, oh, far away. It's so close and I know you can feel it now that we have come undone.
And we are back. Wasn't that a great song by Mr. George, and then a magnificent video by Final Blossom and Fernald? Let's get a big round of applause for those two champions. I love that. I laughed. First time I watched that, I laughed, and at the same time I thought, that is great. That is really great. These are wonderful people, all three of them, taking their time. Final Blossom and Fernald to make that video about the books. It's like a little infomercial. That was fantastic, and I really appreciate that to both of you. Thank you so very much. So let's have a look at who's with us and if anybody had any questions or comments. But first thing we're going to do is we're going to keep the wild, raucous emojis going for the absolutely amazing blue-eyed bear, a great gentleman, a wonderful human being, and he's been here a long time with us in service to White Wellbeing, financially gifting $400 to White Wellbeing by Blue-Eyed Bear. God bless you, sir. A big salute to you. Thank you for that $400 financial gift. What a true champion, and said everything he wanted to say about going free. I think obviously saying everything he wanted to say about all the issues that we're having with anti-nationalists. God bless you. Thank you so very much for that $400 financial gift as a testimonial to White Wellbeing and the good work that we are doing for real lives, changing people's lives sincerely, genuinely, for the better. And we're going to keep doing that to the best that we can. When you have the AntNats and the Crypto-AntNats that mock, well, look, and they go to Mark and they tell Mark Collett, well, you need to get rid of Jason because his community hasn't grown. Well, first of all, the community has grown, but secondly, any trouble we're having with reaching people is in part your fault, because you're out there endlessly telling everyone you can to stay away from the one thing that is really changing people's lives for the better. I've been here for 2 decades. Others have been. I've got good friends, 5 decades in white sympathetic spheres. They've never seen anything like it. They will tell you. The old timers, the long haulers, they will tell you there's never been anything like this. When people get there were moments when over time where there have been some other communities here or there, and they make this superficial, your body is your temple, and so very briefly a person might cut back on alcohol or might start to work out a little bit, and then immediately back to the way that they lived. Why? Because the ideology was putting the focus on hating another group of human beings. The ideology was putting the focus on imitating some other period in history, imitating some other group of human beings that if they were alive today, they certainly wouldn't be dressed up in the same costumes and saying the same things and waving the same way and marching around like a bunch of geese. But making differences in the world, and that's what we're all about. God bless you, Blue Eye Bear. Thank you so very much for recognizing that and seeing it in yourself, seeing it in the world around us. Let's flip around to entropy, and let's keep that raucous emojis going, ladies and gentlemen. I think we strike a nerve when we talk about the disgusting attacks, the tall poppy syndrome attacks on us, the great work that we are doing. And every single one of us will or runs the risk of becoming a target of the anti-white, of these rather, well, they're anti-whites either way, whether they're genuine AntNats and leading people away from something that actually benefits white people, or whether they are Crypto-AntNats, they're anti-white from inception and they're just pretending to be AntNats. Either way, the outcome is anti-white. Even if you're an AntNat and you think, well, the going free practice, that's not going to actually go anywhere. It won't ever take over the world, or whatever these people have going through their fantasy riddled heads, their Swiss cheese fantasy riddled minds. They take over the world. whatever that might be. Even if they think that going free won't do that, and of course that's not the objective of going free either. They can't deny the good that it's doing, and or they can't prove that no good is being done. And so the only sane thing to do is to say, well, the going free thing is doing good for people, but we will never be able to take over the world with it. And then, and then just go preach your ant-nat nitwittery. Just go preach that everywhere, and stop also hiding the truth about what you people do behind the closed doors. I mean, just do the salutes in public. Just do them on your shows. Just say the greetings every time, we got a guest come on. Just use that same greeting in public that you use on your shows. Stop hiding it, because hiding it proves that I'm right and you're wrong, doesn't it? So let's see. We're going to keep those raucous emojis going for the great Sloths, the great champion Sloths, who financially gifted $100. 100. By the way, Sloths financially gifting $100. Let me just go ahead and read. I got to say this, though. I want to come back to this Whizzleroot guy in just one moment. Sloths writes here, I just got promoted for a third time in 1.5 years. I started going free the same amount of time ago. At some point, I have to recognize going free being responsible for the structure I've benefited from. My God, God bless you, Sloths. God bless you. A big salute to you. Talk about a magnificent testimonial that is. And I was saying, we have so many great testimonials. Being promoted at one's work and making more money is one of the testimonials that we routinely hear from people who give up the ant-nat nitwittery or any of the other various other spheres of white sympathies, and they start going free. They get the structure, they get the discipline, they get filled with love. The ideas then are able to come to them because of the thought chains that we create with going free. It serves in everywhere in life, every part of your life, it serves you. And here Sloths is saying, with a $100 financial gift, I just got promoted for the third time in 1.5 years. How many of you, I asked you, how many of you have been promoted 3 times in 1.5 years? And he says, I started going free 1.5 years ago. At some point, he writes, because he's an honorable man, because he is an honorable man, just like we do here, we always recognize and we're always going to laud. Sloths is going to be one of the guys. And I tell you, some of these people, if they're too big for me to hoist up on my shoulders, I'm going to recruit the golden one and the guy with the beard who shows up on our stream sometime. I'll recruit those guys. And the other guy, there's a guy who power lifts and he started going free, and he's written me about how his power, he's plateaued on all these different lifts, jerk and clean and everything. And they all have gone up since going free. I'll get him, be no problem. We'll be able to pick everybody up. Sloths is an honorable gentleman. He says, at some point, I have to recognize going free, being responsible for the structure I've benefited from. God bless you, brother. We love you for all the work that you do for White Wellbeing. We love you and your service to White Wellbeing. And we look forward to more of your great accomplishments. And I could not be more thrilled that you are having so much success at work because of the structure, to whatever degree, because of the structure of going free in your life. God bless you. That's Sloths, ladies and gentlemen, $100 and his life getting better. How would you like your life to get better? How many people do you know who went into, I don't know, I'm not going to name the organizations because there are people out there who are trying to do good things, right? And they're just not, it's just not working out as well as they would like, right? So, but how many people do you know have gotten involved in different white sympathetic organizations and then their lives got better? It's got to be zero. I mean, be honest. Be honest. I've been here for over 2 decades. Say so in the live chat. No one knows. No one knows. Everyone who's gotten involved in these other white sympathetic spheres to various degrees, their lives have gotten worse. That's a reality of it. That's one of the things that is so difficult to bring people in, because they look from the outside and they say, oh my God, everything gets worse. I don't want my entire life to get worse by getting involved with those people. This is why I've been arguing. This is why I've had 10,000 arguments. This is why I spent all of those years writing these books, is because we need to benefit the individual, and then therefore the family, and then therefore the community, if we are going to be a force for good in the world that can succeed. And what you had all of these people over all of these years censoring me from speaking at their organization's events, from censoring me from my articles being in their publications, censoring me from their meetings. And now you have all these people, these scumbags, who are able to get out online and censor me and try to censor me and run me off and run people off from me, because they know that if people hear about going free a year and a half ago, if they hear about it, then they're going to end up having 3 promotions over that time. And those people don't want you to have 3 promotions over that time. They don't want you to find the love of your life. They don't want you to get out of diabetes. That's another one that was recent, ladies and gentlemen. Another one out of diabetes. Now, speak with your doctor. I'm not a doctor. And also CNN. Make sure you talk to CNN about your diabetes. But there are people who are going free. They've started going free, and their diets improve, their lives, because it's a lifestyle, the practice, getting out of the anti-white narrative. You're not their doormat anymore. Taking charge of yourself, responsibility for yourself, knowing that you will stumble as long as you get back up and you keep heading toward the western sunrise. Another one out of diabetes. There are too many for me to even, somebody who has their genius is perfect memories, has to assemble all of these, and they have to have them just on the tip of their tongue, has to be assembled. Maybe I'll even put it up on the website, an entire list of all of these things. We have geniuses of all variety of genius. Somebody out there has to have a perfect memory, and they can recall all of the different things that we've talked about live. We've had people write in about live, and we'll put it into a list and we'll put it up on the website. Some of the benefits of going free. Let's make that somebody's project. Whoever out there has either a superb, perfect memory, or has the desire to make that happen, and they're going to make it happen no matter what, because they're a white man, because they're a white woman, they can do it. Folks should know. You got this guy off of diabetes the other day. Here we have Sloth's 3rd time. Now, just imagine. I'm just want to put this to you all. Just imagine if, instead of finding going free a year and a half ago, Sloths had been on behind some paywall, listening to some lowbrow humor and just snickering like a child in an adult's body at lowbrow humor. And that's fine. Some people like lowbrow humor, and it's funny sometimes. And if he was over there and he heard them mocking and ridiculing me and the practice of going free, maybe Sloths would not have come to going free. And what about the guy who's now out of diabetes? Maybe if both of Sloths and that guy had been listening to that crew, and they heard the jokes, and they were on their Telegram groups, and they were seeing all of the ridicule and lies about me and going free in this community, maybe they wouldn't, a year and a half ago, they wouldn't have come to going free. And then Sloths, instead of having his 3rd promotion, which, by the way, think about what that actually means, because once you hold a title and a level, that sets you up to be able to do that in that same industry, or even parallel industries at that same level. I mean, now you're just talking about exponential growth, right? Better benefits, who knows? A pay, obviously. The list goes on and on. Maybe instead of 3 promotions, maybe Sloths is 3 new jobs, because he's lost job after job. Maybe the guy, I can't remember his name, who is out of diabetes, maybe he's dead. You think that's histrionic? It happens all the time. How many people do I have to hear about committing suicide or white flighting out of life one way or another? Death by cop, death by malnutrition, even though they weigh 400 pounds or whatever it is. How many times do we have to watch that happen in these communities before we finally say, there's a cause and effect relationship here? There's a cause and effect relationship. So what if sloths had come across them instead? Something to think about. Another reason why I call on these people. If you don't act, you'll be acting in the other direction, and we'll know you for it. The great Yiz the Eunuch, and we'll be talking about her in a little bit later segment as well. Financially gifting $5, a champion nonpareil, ladies and gentlemen. She writes, weekly folk tithe and wishes of white well-being. That sounds just pretty. That sounds pretty. That should be on cards. Weekly folk tithe and wishes of white well-being to you and everyone in the community. I hope we all have a blessed week. Be inspired and spread positivity to those in your daily life. Be the curative contagion we need. Oh, that's pretty too. Very well written. And then she writes, Kip. Indeed, sister, Kip, indeed. Thank you so much for that. Be the curative contagion we need. She's having tremendous success, and we'll be talking about her in a little bit. And we laud you and we salute you, sister, for all the good that you are doing in service to white well-being. Let me spin back around over here to Cash App. And we have Tamara is over there, financially gifting $3. Thank you so much, sweet sister. And it looks like she has, along with her $3 financial gift, she has given me a sweet little emoji flower. And what's the other thing? I actually can't tell what the other emoji is. I think it's a bumblebee. I think that's what it is. It's a little bumblebee to the flower. That's very sweet. Thank you so much. And it's wonderful to see you, sweet sister. Thank you for being with us. $3 financial gift. And thank you for the flower and the bumblebee. You don't want to miss the you don't want to miss all of the flowers that are out. It's absolutely beautiful out there in spring. Of course, on the southern hemisphere we have autumn, which is also quite magnificent. So you don't want to miss that, but don't miss all of the vernal beauties that we have to indulge, like flowers here in the northern hemisphere, while you have the opportunity. The vernal weather as well. In fact, right now it is 76 degrees and 76 degrees Fahrenheit in the once great state of Virginia. So this is beautiful weather. It couldn't get any better. I was in the district yesterday, and there were these marches for border crossers. It was beautiful weather, though. I mean, they had a great day for it, and people were zipping around here and there on those little scooters. I don't know what they're called, but you got to watch out for them because they make terrible hood ornaments. Terrible. Let's see who's here. Euphemia is here. Base Red Pill. Austin. Great to see you. Sonia. Hello, sweet lady. Promethean Promulgation. The great Nancy Drew is with us. Hello, sweet sister. There's Sebastian and the magnificent Brent Danger. Budgie is here. Hello to you. Piers Taylor, Western Renaissance, is with us. Nick is here. Remember, folks, if you have any questions, tag me, and or you can put them in the question widget over on Entropy. Great Jesse, no offense. Hello, sister. Blacks is here. Mr. Piazzi is here. And we have, look at all the champions. Evidence violates community guidelines. You said something the other day that I wanted to remember it. I know it'll come back to me. I got to find it. Maybe it's actually in my notes. Maybe. Let's see. Blood Embraces is here. Hello to you. Bass Guitarist. Great to see you, good brother. Doing a lot of good work, this guy. Building a platform for video streaming and great rocker. Based Red Pill is here as well. And the great sweet sister Carlisle Kakatu is with us. Hello, good lady. Great to have you. So Art Acrobats. Hello to you. Sabata is here. Great to see you, brother. And he has a compliment for me. No White Guilt is probably the greatest. Well, that's very kind of you to say. I really appreciate that, brother. Alt Voices Portal is here, making clips all the time, doing magnificent work. HB 2014, folks, is back doing magnificent work as well, as you know, really shaking the dust off of people and shaking the fear out of them. You know, sometimes you have to grab somebody by the lapels, give them a slap. There was in football, I don't know if I should say this, I think his name was Mean Joe Green. He was a non-white defensive player who was back in the day. And he was pretty good. I think he was a defensive end or tackle? Anyhow, he claimed to have perfected the slap and swim move, where I think it was the slap and swim or the slap and jab, whichever one. You slap the offensive lineman's head with one hand, and then you swim over with the other to get into the backfield, or you slap and then jab underneath. So in an interview, he said, they stopped showing this a long time ago. I wonder why. But he was talking about the maneuver, how it's done. And he said, well, what you want to do is you want to take the, palm of your hand, as nice and broad as you can, and you just take it up against the side of the man's head or a woman. I was like, what? I was a child. I was like, what did he just say? Anyhow, Roy Danton is with us. Great to see you, brother. But that's sometimes in a figurative way. You have to do that with these clips. You've got to slap people figuratively and get them to come out of their stupor. Masumi Rabbit is here. And the great Elaine Sabatino is with us. Hello, sister. Great to see you. The Viking Axeman. Great name. Asks, I don't know, maybe talking to somebody here. He says, what do you think of Devin's stack? Is that directed to me? And if it is, please tag me and ask the question again. Seven Serpents is here. Larry, interesting, is here. Wonderful to see you all. So many champions. Did I mention you, White Calling and Fred and Chet? And should I make a joke about Chet? Let your younger brother and his friend have that girlfriend. Don't bother that girlfriend. Does anybody get that joke? Donkey System is here. Great to see you, brother. Feminine, not feminist. Hello, sister. Great to have you with us as well. Richard. Chrissy, hello. How are you? Great to see you back. Morb is with us. Hey, folks. I don't know what we're looking at numbers-wise, but you could grab the URL and you can share it on your Twitter, on your Gab. Question Everything is with us. Hello and welcome. No White Guilt, do you have audiobooks available yet? No, but the first one is going to be Prometheus Rising, and it is going to be magnificent, if I do say so. I think I firmly believe that's going to do a great bit of good for our people around the world. For Null gets it. Weird science. Leave that girl alone. Boy, yes, well, unless you're one of the, what were they driving to at the end? They were driving nice machinery, weren't they, at the end? I can't really remember exactly what she looks like, but my memory has made her stunning. Was she? Jonash is with us. Great to see you, brother. Do you guys also have ants in your house? No, ants are not allowed in the house, but they have been in my house. D.S. Williams is here. They have been in the house when I've wanted them, because I have occasionally had formicaria, which is a professional a nest for keeping ants. And I've kept several colonies over the years, and I might do one again in the future. I like the carpenter ant the most because they are polymorphic. So they produce different sized ants for different jobs. They produce little tiny ones that stay in the nest and care for the young and feed everybody. And then a little bit, I think like 2 sizes of workers, which do things like dig the tunnels. And of course, they're not digging the tunnels in the formicarium because it's plastic. But they forage, they go find the food. And then you have the soldiers, and they're great big. And they have these giant heads and these giant mandibles on the end of them, on the end of their heads. So they're for warfare. It's really fascinating. The ants are actually quite fascinating, believe it or not. Rambling Rattlesnake is here. Howdy. Did you get the novel, quote, From Her Eyes a Doctrine by Ash Donaldson? Yeah, I believe I did purchase it, but I haven't read it. I have just no time. But thank you for asking me about it. I would like to. There's so much I want to read and get to. A magnificent Kevin is with us. Great to see you, brother. And let's see. Base to Red Pill says the border crossers have a new bill that passed the Republican legislators in Georgia. It's on the governor's desk. And border crossers are now allowed to openly work. They of course were allowed to work, right? They were allowed to. They had jobs, and I mean allowed, but they had jobs, and that's been going on since long before any of us were even alive. But now you're saying that they will be able to be a border crosser and openly get paid. They won't have to worry about, as though they had to worry in America. Male Feelings is here. Lati is here. In the anti-white narrative, hello, sister, how are you? In the anti-white narrative, they're like living their whole lives in fear. You know, they're just every corner they turn. But that's not the reality at all. So it's nonsense. Who else did I see? I saw somebody and now it moved. Dean, I know I saw Dean. Great to see you. We have a financial gift from the great tall Kevin, who's with us, ladies and gentlemen, $3 financial gift. Let's get to those signs in PA. I'm horrified, he writes. Well, we will get to those. Thank you very much, brother, for that financial gift. Euphemia says, Promethean hails, a big Promethean hails to you. So hard, good lady. And Roy says to the temperature, that's so hot, brother. Over here, it's in the mid 60s inside. Yeah, Virginia gets mighty warm. It's roughly at the same latitude as Spain. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean the same thing because you have other things that play into climate, but it largely is similar, especially with the humidity here right outside the nation's capital. First Last is with us. Great to see you, good brother. Greetings to that champion. Jessica is with us. First Last, of course, ladies and gentlemen, financially gifting last week a third $1,000 to White Wellbeing. Thank you so much again for that great financial gift. Truly Wild is with us. Coconut is here. Great to see you. Yeah, let's bring in all the champions so we can roll, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if anybody had any. Let me check over here to see if on D Live if there were any questions for me. Remember, you got to tag me as no white guilt over there for me to be able to easily identify that you posed a question to me, and I will try to speak to them. But I will say to everybody over there on D Live, do not miss out on the fugacious days of spring. They are fugacious. I don't see anything. So I'm going to swivel back around here. We will check this one more time, and then we will get ready to roll into our next segment, which I guess we'll get to these announcements that we have. If nobody has any questions about anything, Ian is here. Great to see you. If nobody has any questions, is that Sonathra? Any questions about what I was talking about in the first hour or not, or just anything? I will speak to those. In the question manager, we have Jonas asking, have you considered broadcasting your shows on AM radio? Not really. I mean, if somebody approached me and said, can we syndicate you on AM radio, I would talk with them about it, sure. He adds to that, it would be good to not be 100% reliant on the internet. Absolutely. To get to as many places as possible. Mestizo is with us in the question widget. I'm predicting that Strike and Mike will ruin Syrian girls' future, all just to fight a certain Middle Eastern nation. So I don't know what's going on with Syrian girl and how is she now a co-host, or is she just going to appear or on their show? Mestizo, fill us in the question widget. Doesn't she already focus on one other group of human beings? How would it be different? I don't know. So Itch That Mitch says, I purchased your book last week. I've just begun it today on page 30. Very interesting so far. He says, I'm a nationalist with strong Christian values. Good stream too, mate. Well, thank you, good brother. Thank you for mentioning that. I really appreciate it. And that's a fine testimonial for anybody who might be interested in acquiring one of the numerous books that I've written. Of course, go free. We're working on iteration 2. Iteration 1 of the second edition is available for all. And that is where you will find the lexicon and dialectics poignantly addressed so that you can implement them into your life and begin to get promotions and who knows what else as your life improves. All right, one more check over here. And then I think we will roll into, I see Boomer Tech has put up a dancing lady, but she doesn't appear to be, is she in a bikini? No. So that's hardly going to distract me. You've got to try harder to distract me if that was your objective. Actually, you know what we're talking about? We had brought up a moment ago, Prometheus Rising. So why don't we take a brief moment to take a look at the Prometheus Rising. Where is that? I know I've got that somewhere. There it is. And for those of you who are new, who don't know what Prometheus Rising is, this will give you a little bit of insight, and we'll be right back.
I am the fount of creation, the watchmaker of time. I was the teacher of the gods before they betrayed me. My teachings and compassion they used against me. Much of your world I made a paradise, but in its wastes I was imprisoned. And from there a secret kingdom I built, and a rebellion I marshaled. Legions of Valoroma, gods of vengeance, I led into battle. I wielded the wilding kingdom and conjured terrible demons. And in my image, I created my children. Many victories we had, though defeats there were too. Through the ruin of this world, I lived in the pain and tears of my children. With their eyes, I watched others poison thoughts and stir hostile deeds. I fled with the life from their faces as they were besieged and slain by the hordes created in their despite. Through them, I wielded their weapons in combat. In their hands I raised the stones of their homes rebuilt. In their voices, I sang the songs of their victories. I lived in the heroism of their kings, and together we waged war on the devil. I lived for ages beyond count, and passed many ages ago. Yet I am come again, my children. From no more than the watcher through the dream of your lives, I am become the voice to those with the spirit to hear and the power to conjure. On your suffering and love, an awareness has awakened an ancient magic. Even now, my shadow rises. In your tongue, I am Prometheus. I am your deliverer.
One truth can break a foundation as though it were made of glass. One truth can create a new vision, a future not haunted by the past. The ghosts that haunt us will be laid to rest. The struggle is our test. It is our test. We are the West. We are the West. We are the West. One sound can awaken our senses, remove this veil of black. One tune can lift up our spirits, a story that was made to last. The ghosts that haunt us will be laid to rest. The struggle is our test. It is our test. We are the West. We are the West. We are the West. This time we won't believe what they tell us. The lies are burned to ash. This time we'll defend our borders from all of those who were never gonna ask. The ghosts that haunt us will be laid to rest. The struggle is our test. It is our test. We are the West. We are the West. We are the West.
drowning in the argument. The anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era.
That was a hell of a lot of fun, wasn't it? That's a great song by Hyreth, and that's Prometheus Rising. If you're interested, please do check it out. It is it's a narrative for our people, beginning with the beginning of time, and it tracks the narrative arc all the way up to the present. Have you considered reaching out to Andrew Torba for an interview? Writes Alex. He's ripe for learning about going free, and he's been talking about anti-white narratives, calling anti-whites anti-white. I've seen that, and there is a rumor that he watches, but when I've reached out to him, I have never received any responses. So people are still so afraid of associations, and they need to understand that this demonizing you, what the anti-whites do, they demonize a person, and they make you responsible for everything that somebody you know might have said or done, and then you end up making the error of staying away from those people. And believe it or not, that's a divide and conquer strategy. It's very successful. It's been working very well for the anti-whites. That's why I say, for those of us who are going free, that we're like the priest who goes to the center. We will go talk to everyone in an attempt to redeem them. Now, we won't keep people around that are not going to be redeemed, who want to be problematic, who want to be deleterious, who want to do horrible things, or we'll leave it at that, horrible things. So we go to everyone. We're not going to let the anti-whites run us off from anybody, and we give everybody an opportunity to go free and to be redeemed. And if they do, fantastic. If they don't, we move on and we let them know that the invitation is there when they are ready. But it may be, or it may not be with Torba, I don't know. But it may be that he is allowing the anti-whites to dictate who he speaks with. And there are many people, I can't give you their names, but who are elected in our countries all around the world, but certainly in the United States, who will not avail themselves of the people and the tools that will enable them to have success and victories. And it's for the same reasons. They allow the anti-whites to dictate to them who they will talk to and who they won't talk to. So as long as folks out there are allowing the anti-whites to determine who you will or will not talk to, and this is very important when it comes to the subject of bibs, for those people on the other end of the bipolar spectrum who are fleeing, and they don't, whatever they do, they don't want to talk to anybody who would be heretical to anti-whiteism. So you're effectively ensuring that you will never win, that you will, and by win I mean recapture our destiny, be able to love ourselves, have our children love themselves, love their people, be proud of what we should be proud of. It will never happen, because obviously if the anti-whites are going to be determining who gets to come together and who doesn't, they're never going to allow any opposition to form that could challenge them, right? So it's a form of divide and conquer. And I'll say right now, if somebody wants to clip this out, maybe somebody's closer to Torba than me, sending him messages and publicly gabbing at him on his platform, maybe somebody can clip this out. And I'm saying, Torba, show up. Come on to Going Free. We welcome every person of every immutable characteristic to join us. And we have many people of different races and religions to join us and to put a stop to anti-whiteism, which is the ideology that is destroying Western civilization. And if you're wondering, well, did the guy in the red shirt, or nearly red, whatever color this is, did he make that word up? Is that just a word he neuroterized as though it would have no value if I neoterized it? I mean, how asinine. But no, I didn't. I thought I did many years ago because it wasn't in any of the dictionaries. But now we have found it in a 50-year-old dictionary or a 40-year-old dictionary. And we found it in like a 30-year-old dictionary. It's out there. It's been out there. It's a legitimate word. You can use it. It wasn't invented by Jason and there. But you know what's so ridiculous is this group of people who is so hated by the ant-nats who say, don't go over there to Going Free, because that guy has made up words. He's made up some words. He's got fake words. What they're saying is, first of all, is that you're only allowed to use the words that the anti-whites allow you to use. And according to the ant-nats, the only anti-whites that are really in control of anything is this one particular group over here. So effectively, the anti-whites are saying, you can only use the words made by the puppies. Don't listen to that Jason guy. Only the words invented by puppies. But the point that I wanted to make originally is that that community, if a member of their community came up with something that worked, a new word, a new phrase, or whatever, not a single one would be saying, nobody should listen to him because he came up with a word. No, they would all start using it. They would all start using it. So talk about an IQ test. A lot of people are alive today that wouldn't be alive if very intelligent white people had not invented things that enabled their grandparents and great-grandparents and great-great-grandparents and 4 times great-grand, 5 times great-grand to be alive and to reproduce. They're alive today because of it, and then they're able to say such stupid things. Let's jump into the announcements. I'll see what you all are saying. First thing I want to do as part of the announcement is very briefly talk to you about, well, I thought I saw somebody saying something about the ants, and a question also while the music was playing about carpenter ants. Do they eat wood? They do not eat wood. They're like carpenter bees. They just burrow through it. They like to live inside of it. They don't actually consume it. Campanatus is the scientific name for the carpenter ant. And they're great fun. Maybe we'll talk about ants someday. But very fascinating. So many similarities. But very briefly, I just want to talk to you about, because we are 3-dimensional beings. We are not these 2-dimensional monsters the anti-whites create in their stories. No, we are 3-dimensional beings. And this, my friends, is a gorgeous moth orchid. And I guess I will try to hold it a little closer to the camera. This is not easy to take care of. Is it possible to see the flowers there? You can see there are buds still to come out. Maybe try to see them from an angle. What I'll do is I'll get a photograph of one up close, and then I'll make that the thumbnail. It's an up close, because you would not believe how stunning these things are up close. This is my favorite, the moth orchid, and its scientific name is the Phalaenopsis. It is the Phalaenopsis orchid. Now, I don't recommend these for most people because they're very difficult. They make it seem like they're easy to take care of. But they are actually quite difficult to take care of. Unlike, you can see over my shoulder there, that small tree that is erupting in the back of the office, which is a peace lily. You see, that's what we want, is peace. And maybe that one will throw up some bloom stalks. It would be glorious, wouldn't it? And you could see what they look like. Those we've talked about before, for folks out there, guy or gal wanting to bring some nature inside, because it's a very white thing to do, isn't it? And those are quite easy. We could talk more about those again in the future. These are not very easy. The selling point is that they're easy. They'll tell you just 3 ice cubes a week for watering it. Just put 3 ice cubes in the pot. It's very easy to take care of these things. Well, in that sense, they're easy to take care of. Number one, you don't want to allow any direct sunlight on these things, but they need a very bright environment. That's a bit of a pain because the room has to be very bright, but no direct sunlight. They like a lot of sunshine that is not direct. They also, you don't want to get these broad leaves. You don't want to get them regularly wet because they just they go bad. They rot. They do like the peace lily behind me. They do occasionally like a bath, though, because they somehow breathe through the leaves essentially, and so they like to have a bath. and but they need to get really dry. The roots on these orchid, they will not tell you when they need water. They'll just suddenly be kaput. So you got to make sure every week you give them water in the 3 ice cubes to make it easy, because they don't need much. So you cannot allow the roots, which are fascinating, and I wish I could get them up closer to the camera, because they're sort of like these spongy, they grow all these different directions. I think because perhaps they're intended to pull humidity right out of the air in their natural climates. But you never want to allow them to dry out. They're done if they dry out. But you don't want to allow them to be regularly just wet all the time either. So another thing that makes it difficult to keep that type, as gorgeous as they are, this type of flower with these it's got 2 beautiful bloom stalks coming up. For those who are really into these plants, they will put them in a dish of very shallow water. So they'll set like the pot like this. The plant won't be able to reach the water in the dish, but they'll have a small dish that has a tiny bit of water in it, so that as it evaporates, the evaporation is passing over the plant, and that keeps it very healthy. I don't ever do that, because it's just nasty to have the water sitting there, and it dust lands in it, and then it's just, I don't like it. And as far as the bloom stalks, you're going to pay roughly, for one about this size, you're going to be paying somewhere around $20-25 US. Once these bloom stalks are done, the likelihood that you'll get it to bloom again and have these glorious flowers is 0, unless you are a horticulturalist or an amateur that is nearly professional level horticulturalist. They just don't want to bloom again. You have to have very specific situations. So essentially, just imagine these wonderful flowers, they're gone, and then all you have are those leaves. It's really generic looking. So ultimately what ends up happening with these things is you purchase them, and what you want to do when you purchase them, you want to make sure that all of the flowers, Mother's Day is coming up. You do this for your wife, you do this for your mom, you do that, whatever, grandmother, the mothers, your sister who's a mother, whatever it is in your life, you want to get them something like this. You want to make sure that the flowers haven't started to dip down. Buds on there is always a good sign that more flowers are likely to come, but may not. It's just saying that the plant is in good health if there are new buds. So you want to look for that. And otherwise that the petals are fully opened and the plant just looks like it's smiling at you with its flowers. And then what ends up happening with most people is once these blooms all fall, you just throw it away. I mean, it's going to be beautiful for, if you take care of it, a good couple weeks, magnificently. These are really, actually, depending on your decor, can really be an artistic piece. They come in a lot of different varieties. My personal favorite is the moth orchid, the Phalaenopsis, but orchids come in a lot of different styles. This particular, the Phalaenopsis, is really a work of art. And depending on your environment, you could set them someplace and accent the room. So you're having a party, you're having people come over. Say you're a guy, you're a single guy, you're gonna bring the date over. She knows that you have the hot rod car or whatever it is, or you have your ace at the gun range or whatever it is. You could really wow her. You find one of these, they come in a lot of different colors. You can find them also in just pure white, which will look good in almost any environment. Buy one of those for $20. And some of the blooms that get on the larger ones get about that big. Set that in a place in your kitchen or living room or wherever, where she's going to come and she's going to see that beautiful looking flower, and that could make the difference. She might get down on one knee, and if you wanted to, you'll be really happy. So that is the Phalaenopsis orchid that I wanted to share with everybody, and I got it just for this purpose, just for a little bit of education. HB 2014, this is another announcement, wanted me to tell everybody, and if you have any questions about that, at the end of the announcements, if your question has scrolled off, please pop it in there again, and I will get to it, or put it in the question widget. I'll get to it. I want to make sure to answer all these questions. HB 2014 has asked me to tell all of you that, let's see, ask the audience to check their favorite dictionaries, he says, for the words anti-white and anti-whiteism. If they find it, he says, they should take a screenshot, or I guess if it's a physical dictionary, take a photo of it. He says it might be useful in our effort to encourage people to use it instead of the anti-white slur racist or anti-white slur racism. He says, I could not find it in 4 dictionaries I use the most. Longman, Macmillan, Cambridge, or Oxford. So those 4 dictionaries, I mean, this is as I was saying, in the early 90s, when I was trying to find a term to represent our victimizers, because they were broken down all these different ways. You all know the story, or you can hear, it'll be an iteration too, again, and or somebody could tell you. But I came up with anti-white and anti-whiteism, went and looked in the dictionaries, Dictionary and Home, City Library Dictionary, wasn't there. But since then, we have found them. Now, why aren't these words in all dictionaries? Why indeed? And that's a great way to get the conversation started about anti-whites and how if they deprive you of the words you need to defend yourself, then you cannot defend yourself because we think in words. So this is a great idea by HB 2014. Really, a really bright guy, a great champion for white well-being, and a magnificent idea. Screenshots, photographs, and then I would say post it on Twitter, post it on Gab, and say there that if you something like if you haven't been using these words because you thought that Jason made them up, how childish of you, because they work. Well, guess what? They're in this dictionary, and they're in that dictionary, and they're in this. Let's find them. Let's put them in Twitter. Let's put it on Gab. Put it on Facebook. Put it on VK. Post it somewhere where people can see it, and then tell them to use them. Anti-white and anti-whiteism. Please, we really have to stop with the anti-whiteness. It is such a horrid locution. It is a malaprop for what we're trying to say. It is a malaprop for what we're trying to say. It is actually, when you use anti-whiteness, you're saying the reverse of what we're trying to say. That's an anti-white word that is every bit as dangerous as the anti-white word racism. It is anti-whiteism. And you know what I loved? We had James Edwards, and he's in his 17th year on the radio. He introduced to anti-whiteism, that specific term. And we were on with Mark, and in the middle of that conversation, James Edwards just says, I don't know, was saying something, and then this anti-whiteism, and I was just like, my God, that's going to be getting to his entire community. What the ideology actually is, the anti-whites practice. So God bless him, and God bless everybody who participates in this great suggestion by HB 2014, and let's all give him a great thank you. The next thing I've got to share is in the announcements is Lovely Porridge, which is also Ruination Media on YouTube. So find him, Ruination Media. Is he on Twitter as well? Ruination Media. Look for Ruination Media. Lovely Porridge. The man he's in Australia. He's a great champion. He's another one of our Australian champions, like the great Raymond Foster in Australia. We need to support our brothers and sisters everywhere they are. And these are 2 of the best right there. And Lovely Porridge has made 2 videos that I believe, unless I was hallucinating the other day. I've been going with very little sleep, so maybe there was a little bit of hallucination involved. I believe these are going to be up, and Brant's with us, I think, and still in the live chat. He can tell us. For School of the West, these videos are made for white children, our babies, our little boys and little girls. But our adults will benefit from them as well. I watched both of these videos, and he's going to be making many, many more of these. And I am not ashamed to say that my eyes shined like there was no tomorrow. All I could think about were our beautiful little boys and girls who, instead of being taught to hate themselves, and that is an understatement, because they're not just taught, they're taught not only to hate themselves, but every white person who hasn't been anti-white throughout all of history, every white person who hasn't destroyed and waged war on Western kind, those innocent little babies. If you for a moment can look at an animal, and I agree, I love animal, I'm an animal lover, but you can look at an animal and feel really just so heartbroken over the animal not understanding its sickness or its injury or whatever it might be. And you cannot look at white children and feel that 100 times more. You are broken. You are a misfit, and you need to get to work on yourself. So I will not, I don't feel ashamed at all to admit that tears came to my eyes seeing these videos made by lovely Portia. I think we might go ahead, and they're both very short, and you will see why. I want you to imagine the little white boys and girls who otherwise are being taught at every moment of their life to hate our people, to hate themselves, to hate what they can't escape, who they are, to only feel moral when they're attacking our own people. That is something that is truly upsetting beyond words. So this was wonderful. And I think I have them here as a screen share that I will share. They're both really short. You have to see these. God bless lovely Porridge. Big round of applause for him. And I think if it's going over there, I imagine it will be School of the West with the great Brant Danger. Extend those raucous emojis for Brant Danger and all of the great work that they are doing over there. Let's see. Do I have it up here? Here's the first one. Meet your people, Australians.
Western kind are one people with many nations, and one of those nations is Australia. Australians are European people, so how did they end up on a huge island all the way down in the southern hemisphere? Well, it all started with the great British explorer, Captain James Cook, who discovered Australia in 1770 and claimed it for the British Crown. 18 years later, in 1788, the first fleet arrived, and this marked the establishment of Australia. Much of Australia is dry, arid land, but it also has beautiful beaches, lush rainforests, and unique animals like the koala, the platypus, the Tasmanian devil, and of course the kangaroo. But best of all, Australia has Australians. They call themselves Aussies. They call their friends mates, and when they greet you, they say g'day. Australians love the outdoors, especially the beautiful beaches found all around the coast, and Australia's warm climate gives plenty of opportunity for a swim, a game of beach cricket, or just relaxing and enjoying the sun. Aussies love to have barbecues with sausages and steaks, but one of their more unusual foods is Vegemite, a salty yeast spread which they often have on toast for breakfast. Most other nationalities find the taste of Vegemite horrible, but not Aussies. They love it. A famous Australian was the outlaw Ned Kelly, who wore a suit of armour to protect him from police bullets. Many Australians consider him to be a hero who stood up against the corrupt Victorian police. A famous Australian you might know is Steve Irwin, nicknamed the Crocodile Hunter, who became famous across the world for wrestling crocodiles and his love for wildlife. Australians celebrate many of the same traditions as Europe, but with some slight differences. For instance, during Christmas in Australia, it's summer, which makes the holiday a little bit different, and Australians are a little bit different. But just like you, they are Western kind, and share the same biospirit which made all our nations great. Australians are your are one people with Western kind are one people with many nations, and one of those nations is Wales. Wales is known for its rugged coastline and amazing mountainous ranges. But the most amazing thing of all in Wales is the Welsh. Welsh people have a history that spans into ancient times. There are over 600 castles in Wales, the most castles per square mile in the world. This megalith served as a burial site for a village that existed 6,000 years ago. But the legacy of the Welsh goes back many thousand years more. Welsh people speak English, but their native language is Welsh, so their road signs are written in both languages. When something is great, they call it tidy. When something is disgusting, they say, acha fi. And can you say the name of this Welsh village? Well, for this word, we might need the help of a Welshman to show us how it's pronounced.
Llanfair pwllgwyngyll goger chwrndrobwll Llantysilio gogogoch.
Welsh people love eating lamb cael, which is soup, crempogs, which are pancakes, and lava bread, which is seaweed paste eaten on toast or with cockles or bacon. Madog ap Llywelyn was a fierce Welsh warrior who led a revolt for Welsh independence in the Middle Ages. The world-famous singer Tom Jones is a Welshman, and almost everyone has read a book by the great author Roald Dahl, who was born in Wales. The weather is often rainy in Wales, but this doesn't stop them from going outdoors to enjoy the countless wonders, such as the many beautiful waterfalls in the mountains, or going for a hike on the coast path, which is a walking trail that's 1,400 kilometres in length along the coastline. The flag of Wales features a red fire-breathing dragon. According to ancient Welsh stories, he's a friendly dragon. And the Welsh are a friendly people, because just like you, they are Western kind, and share the same biospirit which made all our nations great. The Welsh are your people.
That is so glorious.
Are one people with many
It's called Western Friends is the channel on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. Western Friends. And you'll be able to find these over at the... They're going to be saved, obviously, if the channel, the anti-whites, are not going to like that at all. They do not want white children feeling proud and feeling unity with our people all around planet Earth. Who has done anything like this before? No one. What champions we have here in service to white well-being. What absolute champions we have here. That is glorious. God bless the both of you. Big round of applause. Western Friends on YouTube. You'll be able to find these over on School of the West, and which is Brent. Make sure you give the Brent says the anti-whites can kiss my ass. Amen to that, brother. School of the West. Yeah, please give the link for the School of the West. If you have babies, you better have them watch these videos, and everyone, you better look forward to Lovely Porridge, and the little kid, your babies better be saying, when is Lovely Porridge going to make another video? So that they can learn more about their family, our people all around planet. Doesn't that feel good? Have you ever? We have been rammed against each other with nationalism. The anti-whites have taken this old school nationalism and rammed our heads together. And these were always our brothers and sisters. These were always our family. Never again should we ever allow the anti-whites to do that. You let us raise a generation, just one, where these babies know that, just like in those pictures, all around that world, that's their family. Got a little bit of difference here, a little bit of difference there, but it's all a single people. You let one generation be raised that way, and it's finished for the anti-whites. Finished. It's actually so poignant and so moving. It's hard to even thinking about these little babies in their world, in their houses, and they're with their families, and knowing that beyond the four walls of their house, that in their town, in their state, in their country, in their hemisphere, on their continent, on planet Earth, they have family everywhere, that we are one people with many different countries, the way that will make them feel, the way that will swell the pride and the joy in their hearts. You know, the anti-whites will hate that, us doing that for them. What Brant and Lovely Porridge are doing right there, will hate that more than anything we have ever done. That I can promise you. If you don't know that already in your bones, in your marrow, it's because you don't understand what an anti-white is. They will hate that more than anything we have ever done. Those videos will be more powerful than all of that ant-nat nitwittery of all the days of it, all of it put together on a single moment. Those videos are more powerful than. And anybody that would say otherwise is just demonstrating their ignorance. Then let me ask it another way. Would the anti-whites, would they rather finance ant-nats to waddle like geese up and down the streets with flags that have been demonized and slogans and gestures that are all demonized and make people think of horrific atrocities? Would they rather finance that as their opposition, or would they rather finance Lovely Porridge to turn these things out a video a day for our babies, to make them proud of who we are? How easy would it be to convince one of our brothers or sisters in New Zealand to go to war against our brothers and sisters in Australia if they grew up on videos like that? It would be impossible. It would be absolutely impossible. Yeah, for those who can't get it, AP isn't written beside your name on the paperwork. Your classroom is down the hall with the relics of history. We've got a new introduction for my channel. It'll be on my website, and it's almost done. And I don't know if I can say the person who's helping me with the final steps of it, but if I can, then I will. But I appreciate him making some, adding some parts to it that is going to make it wonderful, more effective. And it'll be the kind of thing that we know we'll be able to speak to people of various white sympathetic spheres, implicit and explicit. And so we are looking to get that done very soon and have it available. Should be, pardon me, the kind of thing that you can share with all of your friends, family, and strangers. And we hope that you will when we have it available. So let's get I said earlier, and I just want to reiterate, big applause for Final Blossom and for Null for that infomercial, the book's infomercial. I'll definitely be running that again. I love that. Played that earlier in the gathering. And now let's get a huge, raucous round of emojis for the magnificent Yiz, who had on her show just the other day a libertarian, right-leaning YouTuber who has a 120,000 subscribers. And in this video, I'll just show you the screen share. I won't play it because we're running out of time. Let's see. In this great video, Yiz goes over the lexicon and dialectics to this YouTuber, and the YouTuber is receptive because Yiz is brilliant and she can adroitly deliver the information in a way that it should be delivered, in a way that doesn't elicit, that doesn't trigger the anti-white, the meme pathogens, that doesn't trigger these fight and flight responses in people. 120,000 subscriber count. And I believe even that this woman ended up purchasing Go Free, and probably will end up speaking with Yiz again. So you just had Matt Christensen on with Yiz and colossal subscriber count. Now this woman on with Yiz, colossal subscriber count. This is a woman, Yiz, for whom we owe great thanks for her service to White Wellbeing. Let's get a very big, raucous round of emojis for the great Yiz the Eunuch and the magnificent, truly Herculean work that this lovely woman is achieving. How just truly magnificent. I could not be prouder of you, Yiz. Thank you so very much for everything that you're doing, for all of these new spheres that you are magically able to reach out to. Yiz has gone out, folks. We showed video of her engaging in conversation, defeating a woman at this exhibit where they were white erasing our people from Appalachia. White erasing us. The anti-whites are actively white erasing us from Appalachia, and this exhibit was in service to that. Yiz showed up, had a polite conversation with this woman, turned her on her head with the lexicon of dialectics, and now, as far as we can find out, that woman no longer works at this museum anymore, and perhaps it was because of the humiliation by way of the truth, by way of the victory, by way of the success of the lexicon and dialectics, that Yiz, with her innate abilities and her self-discipline training in the lexicon and dialectics, was able to achieve right there on camera and share with the world. Yiz walked out of that place looking like the angels themselves were blowing trumpets to her glory, and the sky cracking open so that the sun could beam down on her, while this woman, who would have otherwise looked like the good guy, who would have otherwise looked like the moral person in the conversation, slouched away like the villain that she actually was. And we hope for her, this older lady, her own well-being, that she too will find the light and the truth and the love of going free, and that she will give up this hateful, demonic ideology of anti-whiteism, which is destroying her very own people. That woman was white too, a white anti-white. And we salute you, Yiz, and we know there are going to be so many big things coming from you in the future. I could not be prouder of you, and I could not be happier to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with you in this service to White Wellbeing. God bless you. Now, we also want to talk about First Last, ladies and gentlemen. He is working on that anthem, and he needs lyrics. Are you a lyricist? Now, we've had, I think, like Comedies got to me, and I think John, and he's in the mailbag. I think we'll look at that. And someone else, reach out to me again, or maybe First Last will remind me who the third person is in a message to me. But reach out to me at nowhiteguilt.org if you think you can write the lyrics to this new anthem that he is making. It's going to be about going free, a lot of people coming together, forming this community. It's big, it's epic, it's glorious, like the first one that he made, for which Jared Taylor wrote the lyrics. And he's going to take this, the full 9 yards, and make it as big and glorious with the singers and the whole. It's going to be wonderful. It's going to be magnificent. First Last, truly a talented individual. In fact, we were on the phone the other day, and he shared with me, talking about people who are getting so angry about today. It just, on the spur of the moment, it came to him. He loved it. I loved it. He said, from anger to outreach. We could even say from anger to activism. To go from that place, take that anger, take that energy, and then put it into something productive. Well, he's doing that. Now, for some of you, I want everybody to know who thinks that they can write the lyrics for this anthem. Obviously, not everybody's lyrics are going to be used for the anthem. Some of you are just going to have a beautiful piece of poetry, and it will be that way for all time. It doesn't mean, if your lyrics are not chosen, that your lyrics or your poetry is not as good as the one that was chosen. It just means that the one that was chosen was a better fit for that piece of music than your poem or your lyrics. Okay? So there's no hurt feelings here. Your poetry could be actually a superior poem or a superior lyrics, but for this particular anthem, might not be the one. And that's the way you have to take it as an adult. Now, for about 5 or so of you that submit and first last likes kind of the way you write. Now, don't write out like a full poem or a full song or whatever. You just want to give an idea of what your capabilities are. And for about 5 of you, you will get, I guess it's the sheet music that shares, I forget what the actual verbiage was that he used. I might have it down here. So if you read sheet music, then you'll be set. If you don't, like me, then it won't do you any good. So it looks like it's zeroed. It's the sheet music zeroed, I think is what he said. And then you'll have maybe for those same 5 or for maybe 3 of you who then, so you'll receive that zeroed sheet music. You'll maybe write something a little longer, and then he'll take a look at those. And then maybe for 3 of you, you'll receive the sheet music that has the melody and also the audio that has the melody. Of course, he doesn't want to give any more than that. And then those of you who receive that would write the lyrics to fit the melody. And then he will choose one that he thinks fits best. Again, it's not necessarily going to be the best lyrics or the best poetry. It's going to be the one that best fits the piece, the anthem. And then he's going to go ahead and finish the piece, and he's going to hire all the people at great expense to himself. It's going to be epic. It's going to be like Andreas is writing epic classical music for us for Prometheus Rising as well. And we're really looking forward to that in the future. Very excited. I hope Andreas is watching. But that is where we are with First Last and this magnificent piece that he's writing. And so do participate if you think that you can. Now, I want to quickly share the White People's Quarterly. Tony Vermont, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get a huge round of applause for the great Tony Vermont, who is the chief editor of the White People's Quarterly. I have mine. Do you have yours? And if not, why not? This is the latest edition of White People's Quarterly, and you find this at whitepeoplepress.com. whitepeoplepress.com. And inside, again, beautiful artwork done. These are meant to be coffee table pieces. Please read them, even if you only skim. I'll teach you all something here if you don't know, so that you can be superior to all of those around you with some knowledge. And that is that peruse is wrongly used. I just put that together too, by the way. Peruse is wrongly used. Peruse is to read thoroughly. It's the exact opposite. You might want to skim this. You might peruse it. I suggest perusing it, which is to read it thoroughly. There's great work in here. There's work from Jared George. You have a piece here from Scum that briefly talks about different people. And in fact, all 4 of the people on this page were mentioned today. Myself, Jared George, Lovely Porge, and Laura Towler. That is in this piece. But the thing that most of you should be very excited about is this page, which we're not going to show you. You're going to have to get the magazine to find out if your name is on it. At the top, it says here, contributors to White Wellbeing. Sponsored by Jason Köhne, with a special thanks to Final Blossom and Althea Promethea. And there are a host of names here of champions. And we plan on doing this, I think, with every edition. You don't want to miss the one that you are in, do you? You don't know. A lot of names were suggested. A lot of names were out there. We obviously didn't use everyone in the first edition, but you don't want to miss the edition that has your name in it. So make sure that you acquire the White People's Quarterly, especially this particular edition, the newest one, the Spring 2021, Volume 1, Number 4. And it's wonderful. It's truly splendid. Please make sure you get it. Find out if you're inside of it, because there are a lot of people in there that you might know, maybe you. He also sent along another book that day. And again, that calendar for May, that is also whitepeoplepress.com. And you can see that's a glorious castle on the background. I will tell you all again, once again, I make no money off of White People Press. There is no kickback to me. I want the tide to raise all boats so that we all who are producing good for White Wellbeing have enough to be able to get by on. That would be the ultimate goal, in a way that is a distributed network. That's why I do this. Why? Because I love Tony Vermont, because he's doing good things in service to White Wellbeing. That's why. So he sent to me a people called American, and this is one of the books that they share. It's a lovely little book. I read it. It's not very long. It's for your little ones. If you're a parent, this might be the book just for your. Why not get this instead of what you were going to get on Amazon? And of course, it essentially, if you're wondering, well, what is this all about? This tells the story, and it's probably the actual story, the family lore of the author, but how the child is being taught at school anti-whiteism. White people are evil. And then the father tells the child the family lore about it coming to the States, and it's a wonderful little read, and your babies will love it. Let's make them proud so that they can reach their potential. And everyone who wants to divert them into hating themselves, into hating our people, into making them anti-white can go straight to hell. Our focus is on ourselves, our people. And thank you so much, Tony Vermont, and everyone working, Jeff Winston, and everyone working over there at the whitepeoplepress.com. I think that might be, we did just release, the final announcement is that I did just release the other day, thanks to Jared George. He went back to the one of the Going Free episodes. He clipped out the segment, which was truly spectacular, where we had on the one and only, absolutely going to be world famous one of these days, Imminent Rain. And because we're going to make him so. And another who will be world famous read the letter from him, Groundhog Fury. All encapsulated, thanks to Mr. George, took time out of his busy schedule to do this because he saw how wonderful it was. A big round of applause for those three gentlemen for all of their time and effort and work words and talents contributed to the service of White Wellbeing. That's posted on the No White Guilt channel and on my other platforms as well. Do watch that. Do share that with friends and family. They are talking about, they give their, both these wonderful gentlemen, their Promethean testimonials, and because it's all about this Imminent Rain's new song that he was making out of this album that he's making to tell the story of Prometheus Rising in hard rock metal music, and it's epic. And of course, in this last one, Groundhog Fury made the video, and what a collaboration. Two truly beautiful souls, and we look forward to many more great works from them in service to White Wellbeing. And I cannot wait until we can all start getting together around the country, indeed around the world, and to be able to throw my arms around every single one of you for these sorts of works, because of the meaning it has, the transformative work that's really what it is, folks. It is transformative effort. It's transformative work. It's not going to leave things in that same story. Yeah, hey, you know what? When you and I and all of us, when we were in junior high school, I write about it in Crucible, there were ant-nats back then. There were doom documenting groups and doom dissecting groups back then. And guess what? They're still there doing the same things. Do we need to go into our 60s and 70s and 80s as the West burns down around us and still just be watching, participating in, observing, doom documenting, doom dissecting, ant-nat nitwittery? Do we need to do that? Or can we get straight, get smart, get grown up, and do some transformative work? We can do the latter. And I look forward to all of you joining. Simon had this to say about that video I was just talking about. Going free draws us from unconsciousness. Going free draws us from unconsciousness. We are wide awake when so many are not. Imminent Rain demonstrates that beautifully with this testimonial. I believe a great many of us relate directly to his experience. Great chat. Don't miss that video, folks. It really is a telling. He's opening up his soul. Imminent Rain does there. and a lot of people identified with him. We have Budgie, who's here with us today, writes under that, on the thread under that video, music, art, creativity, imagination has always been regarded as a threat, a danger to the powers that be. So every word, every chord, every brush stroke is ammunition. Absolutely, brother. That is magnificent. Thank you for writing that. And we have, oh, I forgot to add that Simon JJ in his comment wrote that he just loves the enthusiasm of Western Renaissance's neighbors. He loves the enthusiasm of Western Renaissance, neighbors. So why is that, you might ask? Western Renaissance wrote this: I absolutely love the music of Luke Mason, Imminent Rain. And so do my neighbors. In fact, the other day, I had it cranked up so loud, and it still wasn't loud enough for my neighbors. And they threw a brick through my window so they could hear it better. Prometheus hails. So hard, he writes. But God bless you, brother. That's magnificent. And what a bunch of champions these people are. Everybody there. Thank you so much. Hey, why don't we go ahead and have a quick jump over to some community share, some community producers, and see who we're going to celebrate today. Let's give a big follow to John Bruce Leonard. I'm going to drop his link in the live chat right now. He has been working with Mr. George, and he is his mind coruscates. You all know this. John Bruce Leonard is a brilliant individual. Please give him a follow. I think this, what is this? Oh, this is the website, I guess. johnbruceleonard.com, it looks like. Please give him a follow, and you'll see that he is now going free, and he adds a lot of intellectual gravitas and value to the practice of going free of the anti-white narrative. We are very happy to be able to be friends with John, and we look forward to many more conversations with him on TAP, on their Learning in Public that Jared and he do, and over here on Going Free as well. John Bruce Leonard, ladies and gentlemen, a great champion in service to white well-being. I'm going to go ahead and, well, let me see right now. I'll take a look at on Cash App. We have is this Art Acrobats financially gifting $3.14. Should I just say pie, or were that confused, folks? $3.14. We all must buy land, he writes, even at $1,000 an acre. Well, thank you very much for those $3.14 and your admonition, brother. A great guy in service to white well-being. And we also have a wonderful lady here over on Cash App. I love Jesus Christ. I love Jesus Christ. She financially gifts $10, and she writes, for white well-being. Bless you, sister. Every week this lady is here. What a marvel she is. We'll refresh that as I swivel back around, and we'll get ready to look at the thaumaturgical mailbag because I wanted to use the magic, and I went with thaumaturgy so that the adult children, the ear is against the door, the ear is against the door, the adult children could learn a word that none of their teachers or professors know. They could go in and say, well, do you think Mrs. whatever Jones that we will need thaumaturgy to accomplish XYZ? And she'll say, what? Thama what? The great Slots is over here again after his princely gift earlier in the gathering of $100. He adds $1 on top of that. And he says, sent lyrics via Twitter DM. Okay, thank you very much. And I will need these. Thank you for reminding me. I will need these repeated reminders because there just is so much going on. And thank you for that, brother. So Slots, $1. He sent some lyrics, and we'll have a look at those. We'll share those with First, Last. And let's see, we got started with a magnificent from Blue Eyed Bear. Remember, $400 financial gift starting the gathering today. And God bless you, Blue Eyed Bear, for that splendid financial gift. We're going to be talking very shortly, folks, about Yes, we're going to have to get to it because we're going to want to get to the calls. And we have Mr. V is first up. And he's going to share with us that stuff about Gad's sad. And we'll talk about that then. But we're going to cover at least one of these articles. We'll do it quickly, maybe have a little bit of laughs in the process. But the thaumaturgical mailbag, we have some lovely, I found we have this. I don't even know if I'm picking myself up. Is this where everything seems to be working? Oh, these are from the wonderful, the beautiful, the amazing Elaine Sabatino. These wonderful, this lady is such a gem. I'm going to tell you what. I actually saw a comment about I saw a comment by one of these AntNats that said, Jason thinks that some lady painting rocks is going to end up having a statue built to her. He's crazy. Oh no, I guarantee, because I'm going to make sure that a statue gets built to everyone who is doing magnificent works. And I'm going to tell you right now, you little AntNat nitwit, that she's doing magnificent things. She's getting the lexicon out there with these just wonderful. This lady is unstoppable. This lady's while that AntNat nitwit. I have a giant package. That didn't sound right. She sent a giant package. I'm going to have to, we can only show a couple because we're running out of time. Look at this. Look at this. How about this? I'll set aside the ones that how about this sticker? How about that? Posting where it's legal and lawful to post. This is wonderful. This is when people see this, they are not going to immediately think of the villains in the anti-white narrative. It's going to disarm them. There's so many here. This is going to have to be the last today. God bless you, sweet lady. We'll look at more next week. Look at that. NoWhiteGuilt.org. There are hearts, there are kisses, and then strips of bacon. So you know that delights everybody. Or just about everybody. So imagine if you see that, you're not going to be thinking, this is something terrifying, and where they harm innocent people, and they want to harm people simply because they're a different race or whatever, a different religion. It's not that way at all. We are love, hope, and redemption in every single way, ladies and gentlemen. And I tell you, there is a giant package there that she has sent. God bless you, sweet woman. Let's jump over to here. What do we have in here? What is this? This is John, and he tells me that he wrote lyrics in this letter that he sent me. He wrote some lyrics about 6 years ago, and then I think he sent me another message someplace else. I'll have to check it out, and then we'll submit your lyrics as well, and potentially you will end up getting an opportunity to modify them to fit this glorious anthem that First Last is working on. And thank you, John, for getting to me and wanting to contribute this way. And then we have another in the mailbag. See, we get to do this now. We're the only ones that have any legitimacy because the fat one who did it before is now gone. But this is anonymous person, financially gifted, $300. Let's get a great big round of applause for this magnificent anonymous person, this human being, this wonderful person who financially gifted $300 and in service to White Wellbeing. I thank you so very much. I don't recognize this address, but I deeply thank you. Thank you so very much. No name here, ladies and gentlemen, just anonymous. God bless you. $300. Why? It's a testimonial to the service of White Wellbeing and everything good that we are doing and engendering, that people are becoming their own centers of gravity. They're using the lexicon and the dialectics, and we will continue to support and bolster them in every way that we can to spread and help them to spread as far and wide as they can. And we will continue to operate this way, changing the milieu in which the conversation takes place, taking advantage of opportunities as they present themselves to us with changing societal contexts, and maybe ourselves even helping to change those societal contexts. And where we regain more of our destiny here or there, we will be able to see that radiated throughout the totality of our people all around the world. Why? Because we in service to White Wellbeing do not see ourselves as some sort of little provincial, antiquated nationalism that rammed our heads against each other. You know, they complain all the time. Well, they say that some sort of banker this or some sort of banker that just took the people in this country and the people in that country and they rammed them together. Like, well, don't you want to prevent that? They say they do. They say no more brothers' wars. Well, if you don't want any more brothers' wars, then you need to obviate the condition that allowed anti-whites to do that to you. You can't go back to the condition that allowed them, enabled them to do that to you. Complaining won't do it. You can look in the mirror all day long and complain about how out of shape you are, or how you can look in the mirror all day long and complain about how hirsute you are. But the hair isn't going to go anywhere. If you want to get rid of the hair, guys and gals out there, if you want to get rid of the hair, you're going to have to do something about it. So enough with the complaining. We've taken the nationalism of the past, of antiquity, the folks that are always saying, well, it's just going to be it's just for Italians, or it's just for Estonians, or it's just, that's what we care about. But by God, we will also think good thoughts of people in the country beside us who want to also have nationalism. That's not going to be enough. Having fond thoughts of those in the country next door is not going to be enough. You're going to have linked arms. That's going to be the only thing that is going to terrify the anti-white oligarchs. Otherwise, they'll just grin as they turn up that cognac and get ready to destroy you all by driving you headlong into each other. We don't have the money they have, so we have to be smarter than they are. And that means that you have to be bright enough, like that community of puppies. They seem to be bright enough to be able to do this, to congregate around those and to support those who are able to outwit the opposition when the opposition needs to be outwitted, or when there is an opposition to outwit. And that's what we have here. Haven't we had some true champions come to White Wellbeing? People whose abilities I can't even fathom. So many of them, I can't even fathom their abilities. This is the kind of thing that folks in the white sympathetic spheres have been talking about for a long time as some sort of impossible fantasy. We need all of the best to come together. Well, guess what? It's happening and going free. And it's not a claim, it's a fact. You can see it all around you. So that is the thaumaturgical mailbag. Let's jump over. Oh, you know what I want to do? We're running out of time, though. Son of a gun. Because it's already at 5.5 minutes till. Let's jump into the news. Why don't we do that, right? That sounds like fun. And then maybe I really want to play this song, but we'll get to it. We'll see if we can get to it. Oh, let me check over here. Do we have... Okay, Yiz, financially gifted over here on Entropy. Again, thank you, sweet sister. $3 financial gift. She writes, that's correct, Jason. Aiden purchased Go Free after the stream and said she'd talk with me about it another time and possibly do another discussion video about it together in the future. And then she gives a little white heart emoji. God bless you. Listen to that, folks. So after this woman who has 120,000 subscribers has a conversation with Yiz and then purchases Go Free. That is worth a big round of raucous emojis. God bless you, sister. She knows what she's doing. She knows what she is doing. And she's not that far away. I need to get down, I guess, maybe late spring or summer if I get an opportunity. And maybe we'll distribute leaflets together or make a video down there. That'd be great. She lives in some beautiful country. Nathaniel is here. Great to see you, good brother. $3 financial gift from the great champion. He writes, we are stronger together. The White Wellbeing Outreach Team needs you. Reach us at White Wellbeing Outreach Team at protonmail.com and help us to spread the lexicon. God bless you all. Well, we've been talking about the great successes of the White Wellbeing Outreach Team, which is like nothing that has ever been done in the white sympathetic spheres. Actually making a change in the conversation that people who are not in our spheres are using when they come into those environments, that's never been done. You always had to have this cumbersome, unwieldy conversion scenario. And instead, this group with Nathaniel and Naderific and Bonnie Blue, all these great champions who are over there, they are doing glorious things. They are intelligent. They are professional. They're not going to put up with any ant-nat nitwittery. So if you show up there with that garbage, I'm fully behind them giving you one opportunity to never talk like that again and to go free of that stuff and then to get rid of you if you don't want to be healthy. Put it in a place of reverence if that's where you think it belongs. Don't cast it before the swine of the public. That email address again is White Wellbeing. Wellbeing is one word. White Wellbeing Outreach Team at protonmail.com. We're stronger together, Nathaniel writes. The White Wellbeing Outreach Team needs you. This is intelligent. This is the kind of thing that the anti-whites do with all their money. They hire teams. Well, we need volunteers. That's the way it has always worked. I've been volunteering for over 2 decades. So step your donkey up to the plate and start making it happen if you're not already doing something. Thank you, Nathaniel, and everybody over there who is in the outreach team in service to white well-being. God bless you. Okay, I want to take a look at this story. Where are we? Oh, I also wanted to show this because this is another great creation by Final Blossom. We've got some things to look at before we go. That's all there is. We got to get to this and we got to get to the phone call. So we're going to make it happen. We got 1.5 minutes until the top of the hour, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time outside Washington, D.C. As I say, where a very senile old man lives. And yet he's very powerful. Let's read, not that one. Let's read, how about this one? This is really good. This was brought to my attention, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, should we do a little before we do that? Should we maybe do a little bumper thingy? Let's do that. For Null, that is absolute. It's just amazing, a human being, that guy. All right, we'll jump over here. You're going to have a bit of a smile as we take a look at, who is this? This is Daily News. So this is a regime, New York Daily News. This is a regime, anti-white, the regime, which means it's anti-white organ. And so we're going to talk about it. This is by a typist by the name of Nelson. We'll just call it the person Nelson. The title is No White Guilt Signs. Horrifying Pennsylvania community in wake of Capitol riot. So there you have it. That's the headline, actually. That's the real headline. No white guilt signs. Horrifying Pennsylvania community in wake of Capitol riot. So really, they really think, Nelson really thinks, as he types away and his wife is on a date with her boyfriend, that he's going to be able to tell his readers and his editors, obviously, at the New York Daily News, they also believe that they're going to be able to actually tell their readers that white people who don't want to have white guilt are horrifying. I mean, that is, please continue to talk like this. Please. We love demonstrating the success of going free. We love demonstrating the success of service to white well-being, and we love it. In fact, let me ask you all while we're on the subject, when the reporters reach out to me, which they often do, should I go ahead and talk with them? And so they'll repeat the things that we say here. Should I just go ahead? I mean, the policy has been to just ignore them, which I've been doing. But should I go ahead and speak with these people and maybe get them to write more of these stories where they take our lexicon, because this is what we're actually saying, and then they think that they're going to go to the public with it and they're going to really just turn the public against us the way they have done, and they can do, by just simply quoting everyone else in the white sympathetic spheres. With us, it's really tough. The no white guilt signs horrify Pennsylvania community. They're horrified. Nobody's leaving their homes in Pennsylvania, the whole state, because there were some no white guilt signs out there. And it's getting bad. It's getting bad in Pennsylvania when you can't even leave your house because there are white people who don't want to have white guilt. Think of it. Also, by the way, which is what's beautiful, and I love Nelson. I love that you do this. I love it more than your wife loves her boyfriend, is that white people know when they read that title that you want white people to have white guilt, and that New York Daily News wants white people to have white guilt. Please, please do more titles like this. Nelson, please. A community in Southeast Pennsylvania is outraged at the signs reading "No white guilt" were placed in several street corners in recent days. So there's a community in Southeast Pennsylvania, but the whole state is horrified by this. But here they're outraged. They're horrified above, but now it's become outrage after the signs reading "No white guilt." How dare they? Were placed in several street corners in recent days. In several street corners. I don't know. There's something about that doesn't sound. I assume other people looked at this. The signs, which appear to be an attempt to promote racial division. Let's just stop right there. Isn't that lovely? Just please. That is delicious. Taste that. Withdraw the fork so very slowly as you breathe in the redolence of victory. Just you smell that. You smell victory in the morning, Nelson. That is what victory smells like. The signs, which appear to promote. We think they might be. What do you mean? You can't just quote them? You can't just quote the signs. You can't just quote the group. You can't just make them look bad with their own words. Why aren't these damn white people playing the villain like they're supposed to? Nelson jabbered away as he typed at his keyboard, listening to the moans of the people doing a workout next door. On there, they got a treadmill and they probably have like a solo flex or something. And so he just shouted aloud, "Why can't they just play the villain?" as he typed away for his editor, knowing that he was on a time crunch. So the signs appear to be an attempt to promote racial division and white nationalism. So there you have it. Do you continue to use white nationalist? Nelson reveals here what Jason was telling you. I'll just talk about myself in the third position, if you don't mind as well. Because we've been talking about white nationalism, and boy, did I get some blowback on that. How dare you? How dare you? Well, because white nationalism doesn't mean what you think it means, and it doesn't matter what you think. All that matters is what all of the heads of all of our brothers and sisters out there think. What's in their heads is what matters. And what Nelson is pointing out here is that he knows what's in their heads. He knows that white nationalism in the anti-white narrative, and that means by the lives of everybody out there who's listening, and by the lives of everybody who can read this, that when they hear white nationalist, they think antique nationalist. They don't think a person who is just proud, or I've heard people give me these definitions, but Jason for years. But Jason, it means this, but Jason, it means that. And I don't know what is going on with them. Did they not get enough green beans when they were growing up? How many times you got to tell people it doesn't matter what is in your head, because apparently there's nothing in your head. All that matters is what's in the heads of everybody you have to talk to. And if they think white nationalist means antique nationalist, if they think white nationalist means you prance around like a goose, then you have to stop talking like that. It's not a mess. It's not an issue of this where they say, "Oh, you're being," and I love this too, where they say, "Oh, you're giving too much weight to optics." No, my friend, it's about who we actually are. When they're talking about, this is the other thing that's funny, they're talking about optics cucking. They're talking about a metric, a measurement, and they're saying you are not going the full length, the full 9 yards of that metric. You're stopping short to optics cuck. No, I am the full 9 yards of love, hope, and redemption, of service to white well-being. The full 9 yards. You got it? The full 9. I'm maxed out. And here, maxed out means that everybody of every immutable characteristic can participate with us to help us put an end to anti-whiteism, because it is destroying their lives as well. Maxed out. I'm the full distant. If optics, worrying about optics here, or worrying about optics, is when you are trying to conceal something, and we have nothing to conceal. In Service to White Wellbeing, the book is open. We want people to read. That's what we're trying to do, is get the book out to as many people as possible. That's why it's wonderful that Nelson was able to pull himself away from crying into his soup and video games about his wife having a boyfriend, and type away at this terrible article so that more people would find out about going free and about no white guilt. It's wonderful. It's not great for Nelson necessarily, but maybe he'll go free one of these days. You never know. But white nationalism means something other than you think it means. And so remember, you are the things that you cannot choose to not be, right? You are, or that you didn't choose and were thrust upon you, like the citizenship of your country. So you are first, before everything in the world, a Westman. And if you believe in God, then he made you one. And so you better recognize it, because he won't be happy if you don't say, first and foremost, I'm a Westman, man, woman, or child. Like human, Westman. Get it? You're a Westman. Yeah, we made it up. So what? It works. And then you are a patriot of your country. The things you do are service to white well-being. You practice going free. You see how this works. And when I say patriot of your country, I don't mean the patriot sphere where you have all of the abstractionists. I mean patriot as and patriotic as adjective and verb, the things that define and the things that you do, like you put up the flag on Independence Day in the United States, for example. Okay, makes sense. That's what you are. You're not a white nationalist. You'd be a white nationalist over in those other spheres, and you'll probably get a visit from the terrorism task force. Let's see. Now, these dreadful signs that were just that were horrifying and outraging the entire state of Pennsylvania, according to Nelson. Let's see, have been found in Harleysville and surrounding areas in Montgomery County, according to local media and a state lawmaker. So a state lawmaker had to weigh in. That means that whoever he or she is trying to get reelected, trying to do some villainy signaling. Just put me back at the public trough just for a little while longer. I just want to be important. Let me be in the public trough. Quote, honestly, it shocked me. Sellersville resident Ariel Biachimano told the station. Ariel, she doesn't. Ariel Biachimano, who was honestly shocked by white people not wanting to have white guilt. She doesn't prefer maid anymore. Do not call Ariel a mermaid. We are in 2021. She wants to be called a cleaning lady. So that's Ariel Biachimano told the station, Ariel, the mermaid, that she was honestly shocked and horrified. Oh, no, actually, she does go on. I was joking just then, but actually she goes on. Quote, okay, quote, I was horrified by it. Disturbs me that anyone would want to instill fear said Biachimano. The controversial phrase. So this Ariel says that any white person who doesn't want to have white guilt. Seriously, she's looking at this sign. God bless her soul that she would be quoted saying this, because of the number of people that will read that and will hear me repeating her words. How embarrassing. How embarrassing for her. They're going to be saying, whoa, what is wrong with you, Ariel? Why do you need white people to have white guilt? What in the hell is wrong with you? Biachimano? Why are you scared of white people not being white guilted? That means you want to hurt them. Don't you realize that? That means you want to victimize them. That means you want them to be white guilted, which includes white children being white guilted. Ariel would be horrified and shocked by Lovely Porridge's videos, wouldn't she? Controversial phrase, types Nelson, is thought to be a rallying cry. Is thought to be. How many more pieces of information do you need? This is the equivalent of like the burning bush in the Bible and like pulling endless loaves of bread out of the bag. How does he do that? How does he keep working? More bread and how does he keep producing? It just keeps working. It keeps working. This is the equivalent of that. The controversial phrase is thought to be, types Nelson. So instead of just being able to cite me and to cite us who are going free, to cite all of you who are going free and say, look, here's a quote from these animals. They are vicious. He has to say it is thought to be. Well, good for you, Nelson, because you were thought to be a real man until everybody found out that your wife had a boyfriend or 7. But he has to say thought to be because he hasn't gone over the edge of wholesale. Let's just absolutely fabricate. This is one of the reasons why, folks, we have to reach as many people as we possibly can at 8:13 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to be getting those calls soon. So Mr. V, get ready. This is one of the reasons why we have to get to people while we can. People have to know about going free. They either have to be going free or at least know about it. Make it happen to change the world, to change your life, to change your daily existence. All right. To change your quotidian activities. So it's thought to be a rallying cry for hate groups and is connected to supporters of white nationalism. According to the totally honest Southern Filthy Rich Law Center. No. At the Southern Filthy Rich Law Center, they're not liars. They begin their lying with the poverty word. They are filthy rich. I've seen photographs of the cars leaving the parking lot of this place to demonstrate how poverty stricken they are. And I didn't see a single one. This was, oh my God, like 15 years ago. I didn't see a single vehicle that was under $40,000, $50,000. That's how poverty stricken these people are at the Southern Poverty Law Center. Nobody over there condemning or shame supporting, as we say. Nobody over there shame supporting them and the anti-white community. The signs, tap, 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 he types away. How do you see this guy? I see him as sort of like he's sitting in the dark. He's probably in his underwear. That's all, typing away. And he's got like a parrot on his shoulder. I don't know. And he keeps having to feed the parrot because it's his only friend, right? His wife will have nothing to do with him. So he's taught the parrot how to say, I love you or something. And he just keeps feeding it crackers and the crackers are all over. And he's just typing away as the anti-white that he is. The signs in Montgomery County were discovered just days after a pro-Trump mob that included well-known white supremacists. Who were those, by the way? And numerous other hate groups. I have a hunch that some of these anti-whites, when they write words like this, the reason why they include them so much is not just because it is a whole propaganda, anti-white narrative thing, and they're white guilting white people, and they want to keep you away from something that's good for you. I have a hunch it excites them a little too. I'm just guessing. You know, like when they type it really slow. Hate group. Attacked the U.S. Capitol? Oh my God, what a bizarre, fevered nightmare that this fool was having. A mob attacked the U.S. Good grief. Good grief. What a sick fantasy he lives in. Well, I guess that's what happens. That's where you end up living when your reality is the neighbors exercising in all of their moans. A deadly but failed insurrection that has shocked the nation and triggered another impeachment of Orange Man. Of course, we don't like President Trump, so I'm fine with. They didn't end up doing that. No success there. Pennsylvania State Senate, Maria Collett, her last name is Collett, no relation, I'm sure, to Mark Collett, condemned the hateful signs in a statement posted on social media last week. So the answer is yes. She is villainy signaling for points. Why? Because the anti-white narrative isn't true. White people don't control the country for the benefit of white people. Anti-whites control the country for the benefit of anti-whites. So she is signaling villainy so that she can have that seat and remain at the public trough. Quote says, I'm sure it's Ms. Collett. Quote, "It has been brought to my attention that signs promoting racial discord and white nationalism." So in other words, she's just going to lie because what it actually says is something that she doesn't want to repeat. It has been brought to my attention, probably by Nelson, that they've been popping up in parts of the 12th district and beyond. Collett tweeted. She tweeted about it. "These views have no place in our community or the Commonwealth," she added, as she finishes another bottle of wine by 10 a.m. "And those who value a just and inclusive society," by that she means no white people, "should know that I stand with them, and I will denounce this hate at every opportunity." Okay, good, Ms. Collett, as she burps, that white people who don't want to be white guilted, who don't want to feel white guilt, who are potentially your constituents, potentially people you're supposed to represent too, that you call them not wanting to be white guilted, hate. Well, good. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. The police told the KYW TV that there's nothing they can do because the signs were placed on private property and are considered free speech. That is the end of that article. There was another one that added a little bit more. What was it? Yes. It was something about that. The other one I read said something about how the signs were placed at an intersection. One of them was placed at an intersection near a supermarket. The author actually wrote that in, that the sign was placed there near a supermarket. Imagine what the vegetables will think. Just totally ridiculous. How can the children eat the vegetables when there's a no white guilt sign by the supermarket? The other one I wanted to read really quickly. Please, by the way, Nelson, make more of these. They are fantastic, and we want more white people knowing how much you hate us. This one's great. We'll do quickly, and it is 8:20. Mr. V, get ready. This is from NBC News Network, definitely known as a regime source. Vaccine reactions in 5 states caused by anxiety, CDC finds. Well, of course it was. The author starts off by saying, who is this author? I don't see the name, no name. Associated Press says, and this is April 1st, it was anxiety all along and not a problem with the shots that caused reactions in dozens and dozens of people at coronavirus vaccine clinics in 5 states. U.S. health officials have concluded. Wouldn't you know it? It's all just been a case of anxiety. Experts say the clusters detailed Friday by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention are an example of a phenomenon that's been chronicled for decades from a variety of different vaccines. A phenomenon called scaredy pants spurs a physical reaction as a consequence of having a vaccine. And not, of course, this vaccine, or not one that you could get in the United States, because we know that these vaccines are all perfectly good for you. CDC says so. World Health Organization says so. YouTube says so. So therefore, I say so. These vaccines, all wonderful for you. But maybe elsewhere at other periods in history, eyeballs bleeding and coming out of your head, stop being so anxious. Quote, we all knew we were going to see this. This is somebody from the CDC talking. Could you just see that person like holding their... We all knew this was going to happen as mass COVID-19 vaccine clinics were set up around the world, said Dr. Nani McDonald, a Canadian researcher who has studied similar incidents. She is well studied in the phenomenon of scaredy pants and how it causes your livers to liquefy and eyeballs to fall out of your head. Not from the coronavirus vaccines, though. Those are all legitimate. The CDC authors said the report came in over 3 days. What does that mean? April 7 to 9 from clinics in California, Colorado, Georgia, Iowa, and North Carolina. So a bunch of yahoos got together and they said, hey, let's all email the CDC at the same time over a 3-day period. And from different states. The investigation was based on interviews. That's some anecdotal evidence is always considered like the peak of scientific inquiry. Peak. You know that that's the case because every time they want to talk to somebody about aliens, it's always just like, what did the people at the trailer park have to say about it? Because whatever they say is the fact. Many of the 64 people affected either fainted or reported dizziness. Some got nauseous or vomited. A few had racing hearts, chest pain, and other symptoms. Clearly, scaredy pants syndrome, if I've ever read about it. All received, we won't say the specific vaccine. 4 of the 5 clinics temporarily shut down as people were suffering scaredy pant disorder. Health officials at the time said they had no reason to suspect a problem with the vaccine itself. But of course not, because the vaccine is perfectly healthy. Stop just being so scared. I'm waiting for the next article now that says that scared to death by vaccine. Final word on this, ladies and gentlemen, is that the COVID-19 vaccines, the ear is against the door. The ear is against the door. The COVID-19 vaccines are all perfectly healthy for you because the CDC and the manufacturers say so, as does the WHO, and therefore I say so as well. We're going to jump right over to Mr. V right now, who is number 1 in line. And Mr. V, here comes the call.
Hey, brother.
Hey, let me turn you up a bit. Great to hear from you. And
great to hear from you as well.
Now, you're going to tell us the rest of the story, I guess the data you have, and then we are going to crowdsource the way maybe I guess that you think that this information about Gadsat's book should be distributed, or please, the floor is yours, my good brother.
Well, thank you, brother. Yeah, so the main question that I would have for everyone is how we should go about this. What I've done essentially is I've broken down the book. I've got a lot of notes. The more time has passed, the more I've been gathering notes. In fact, I should put a due date on it because otherwise I'll just keep going. And I've been checking out the reviews lately and trying to see the commonalities in the reviews. It's about 86% 5-star reviews. Another, if I'm not mistaken, I have it here in my notes. Another 10% is 4-star reviews, 3-star is 2%, 2-star is 1%, and 1-star is 1%. And I've already got my 1-star review on Amazon, where I recommend that people check out your book and compare the two in an objective manner. Yeah, so the main commonalities among the 1 to 3-star reviews is essentially a lot of the problems that I myself have diagnosed in the book. It's repetitive, it's self-aggrandizing and self-referential. He mentions his past all the time. It's so insufficient in solutions. One of the solutions that he puts forward is what he terms nomological networks of cumulative evidence, which is just a big word salad way of saying the scientific method that we as Westmen developed, which is you gather sources from all kinds of time periods, from every subject, scientific, anthropological, mathematical, from every time period, from every culture, and you use these networks of cumulative evidence to find the truth. This to me isn't a grand solution or revelatory because I just took this as part of the scientific method. And the problem with that, the problem with putting forward nomological networks of cumulative evidence as a solution is that the truth is immaterial to anti-whites.
Precisely.
And yeah, and we've had nomological networks of cumulative evidence for ages, and it has not worked. How many times have our brothers and sisters gone to our people with data upon data upon data? It doesn't work. It doesn't break through the barrier. It only works on a specific kind of person, a very intellectual kind of person, a very objective and very male-oriented mind. That's what it works on. The other, of course, as we discussed before, is activating your inner honey badger, which is just another way of saying, be ferocious, go out there and fight them off. And one of the other solutions that I found was very interesting was turning, and he has a great example here, which everyone's going to see what he did, which is turning the anti-white narrative against anti-whites, but with anti-whiteism. And he essentially uses the example of a white woman who went after him on Twitter. And here's the example of one of the tweets that he used on her. This idiot, and then he adds the woman, came after me because she apparently hates Jews from the Middle East, people of color, who are war refugees. Clearly she hates Jews and Arabs. I will always win the game of oppression Olympics. He puts it in quotes. And then he adds Jack from Twitter. Please protect me against this racist white woman. And then in the book, he also references this. There's so much here in my notes that I'm trying to find. I know it's in chapter 8. So, brother, please comment on that if you don't mind while I
take a look. I mean, what very telling about this Gad Saad, his character, the kind of person he is, that he would reach out to a source, in this case the guy who runs Twitter, and say, protect me from this woman, protect me from this person. And that so right there, that's very telling. And he's supposed to be a free speech guy, which he should be lauding the fact that this woman gets to have her speech even though he disagrees with it, but at the same time he outright owns this victimology that anti-whites dominate Western civilization by way of being claiming oppression, by claiming that they've been harmed by white people, and that works for them in getting white people to lower our defense and therefore enabling them to victimize Western civilization, that's their tool, that's their cudgel, that's their weapon. And for too long, folks have tried, and they still do, and I think maybe we even talked about it, where you have these people, or maybe it was Talk Kevin, it was Talk Kevin, where we were talking about these people. They don't want to talk about our victimization because somehow it makes them seem, they feel like they are complaining and they need to be tougher than that. But the reality is that you must talk about our victimization because white people need a moral framework in which to operate. We won't even defend ourselves if we don't have a moral framework to do so. And we've seen that for the totality of our lives. So we need to talk about our victimization at the hands of anti-whites. Let them talk about their fanciful stories, their fictions, their superstitions about being victimized as the only ones ever victimized and never having been the victimizer, all they want. Once our people see the victimization of our own, they will have the moral framework to say, I don't give a Sierra about your claims of victimization because I'm not going to allow you to victimize our people. Period. End of that discussion. I don't know if you found and you're ready to move forward or not.
Oh yeah, I found it right after,
Okay.
because I got the whole book highlighted. I got it thoroughly well documented, page numbers, everything.
Nice.
Videos as well for the timestamps, because I'm thinking of putting together a package. It's got images, videos, and then my notes.
Great.
Big passages from the book, because I want us to be able to disseminate this and give this out to people, either Yez or Forno or Slots or just any of our great champions. There's so many, so please don't take offense if I don't mention you. There's just, I know you're out there. So many of you are great guys and gals. But yeah, I found it, brother. Here, let me read it from you, because this is part of his solutions in the section of Activate Your Inner Honey Badger.
Okay.
So here it is. There are two important lessons to take away from this story. He's talking about because he talked about Serena Williams on Twitter and a white woman came after him. So here's what he says. There are two important lessons to take away from this story. First, never ever cede an inch to those who wish to silence you. Today's an inch, tomorrow it will be a yard. Second, learn the strategies that these enemies of freedom utilize to bully others and try to turn these against them. In my case, I hold a winning hand in victimology poker. I am a Lebanese Jew and hence a person of color, to use the obnoxious parlance of the social justice warriors. I am a war refugee who escaped religious persecution, and I am a person of size. I am overweight. It is difficult to beat me in the oppression Olympics, and accordingly, I utilize my royal flush of victimhood against those who typically seek to accuse me of faux racism, faux sexism, and faux bigotry. In my tormentor's case, she was a white American woman, and so I accused her of coming after me, perhaps because she harbored hatred against my identity via her privileged position of whiteness.
God,
this is the proverbial kryptonite against the charlatans of faux justice, and so unsurprisingly, she went away. He used anti-whiteism against this woman. He did not inoculate her. There are no meme curatives in this goddamn piece of crap that I would never call it a book. I love books. I'm a bibliophile. This is not a book. At best, this is a crappy pamphlet. He used anti-whiteism and he said that this is the kryptonite. So, I found also in one of the book reviews.
What a discovery there. Just keep going.
Yeah, I found in one of the book reviews, I only went for the ones that are verified purchases, and I took those images. So here's what someone says. This book describes and explains the phenomenon of how people abandon all logic and reason when they fall into the progressive camp, and how illogical and unscientific progressivism is. So note the kind of language being used. Pretty much everything he says is so clear and obviously true, but you get the feeling when you read the book that you're reading something that is forbidden to say out loud, as if this book has somehow evaded the thought police, which just shows how oppressive and widespread the leftist crackdown on ideas they don't like is. Saad acknowledges himself that his Middle Eastern background is a weapon he can use to turn the tables on white liberals when they mouth off with their identity politics. I have to agree, and I honestly have to believe that if the author was just a basic white person, the intolerant left would have gotten it banned from Amazon by now. Sick state of affairs. So how likely do you think that others who've read this book are going to be to then think, aha, here's a white liberal or a white social justice warrior, or however they want to call white anti-whites or white people who are infected with anti-whiteism? They're going to use anti-whiteism against them because that's the example that he gives them. That's what he gives them as a solution. Turn it against them. Turn it on them. There is no inoculation here. There is no inoculation. He just used the word inoculate 6 times, but there's no solution.
Wow. This work that you have done is colossal. I cannot thank you enough. You have absolutely exposed him for the anti-white bastard that he is. He is attacking Western kind with this book, with this what he, I guess, is lying as an ideology. He's really just saying wield anti-whiteism against white people. This is truly amazing what you've put together here, brother. The great Mr. V. Folks, let's get a huge raucous round of emojis for Mr. V. If you're not supremely impressed about this feat, then you don't know that all the damage that this anti-white is doing with this book and his publisher. He's number one. He's been number one. Mm-hmm. He's making hundreds of thousands. I don't know the exact sum, obviously, of dollars, but if you're number one for that long on Amazon, it is tons and tons and tons of money. His book is getting out to white people. It is undermining our people, as has been done in the past. And where are all these people, the AntNats and all these others from the other white sympathetic spheres? Why aren't they coming forward to say, one of our own has already created something that's genuine and been around for all of these years, and here comes this charlatan who happens to be of a group that they love to hate all day long, and come forward and say everybody should be reading this instead. They're not saying a single word about it. In fact, him and his wonderful people and white people and everybody else are coming together in support of this individual, championing him, this anti-white, absolutely filthy. Mr. V just revealed it all right there, what he's actually doing, that there is no inoculation, there is no help for our people, there is no good to be found in this book. In fact, it is aimed at the white population. Amazing. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, and you can tell by the reviews that it's mostly our people. Of course, some of his people in there as well, but it's most of our people. And for those that are 4 to 5 star reviews, the commonality is that people still find it to be, of course, you have the 5-star reviews, which is mainly from people who seem to be his followers for a long time. But from all the way from the 1 to the 4-star reviews, one of the main issue is, where are the solutions? It's very little on solutions. And I noted here in my notes that someone said in a 2-star review titled Preaching to the Converts, this book reminded me of a visit to my dermatologist. She was happy to have identified my condition. She had a name for it and knew it was hereditary, but unfortunately, there was no known treatment. There is a known treatment. It's called Go Free, but this person won't know about it. And the main issue is that people have is that it's low on solutions. I hear people mention manual. In the reviews, I heard people mention manual. It's like they want a manual, essentially. And yes, a common note from those who enjoyed the book and reviewed it, and I'm just here from what I said, is the lack of a manual of solutions and explanations on how to implement those solutions step by step, almost as if what they're searching and asking for is Go Free. That's what I saw. It's people are like, all right, this is just a somewhat a good diagnosis, but there is literally no solution. People called it a call to action. Christina Hofsummers, which is also of his biospirit, shall we say, said that he was pointing the way to a cure in her little blurb about the book. And of course, Jordan Peterson endorsed it.
Of course.
Christina Hoff Sommers endorsed it. He brings up Peterson and Sam Harris and Steven Pinker and Dave Rubin. He's been on so many of these shows. But yes, what people seem to be asking for, people that wanted more, people that felt it was insufficient, it's like I could just hear them scream out for Go Free. Can I get something like this? Can I get something like Go Free? Because all that he gives you are his Twitter examples. I don't need examples of Twitter battles. Our people don't need example of his Twitter battles and his awful humor. That just doesn't make me laugh. Some people said it was funny. I have no idea how you laughed at this. But I'll give you one more review here, brother, to just notice this one. You'll definitely note this one. So it's a 5-star review from someone called Brandon. And the title of it is "Want to Make the World a Better Place? Read this book. I am a 23-year-old YouTuber with over 2 million subscribers. My job is the internet. As you could imagine, most of my friends and the online communities I am part of are very progressive. I also marched in the BLM protests and posted the Black Square, donated to the Minnesota Freedom Fund, and supported the hashtags. I'm super interested in mental health and wellness, the environment, and making our world a better place. I have very progressive hopes for Earth." And then this person continues about how, as 2020 went on, they started to see what they call the progressive mob was all about, and then they found their way onto Mr. Saad. Now, what do you think is going to happen? And this isn't the only person with a big YouTube account that I've heard have got Saad on or spread his ideas. What's going to happen is that these people are going to start saying idea pathogen. They're going to start saying collective Munchausen. They're going to start saying ostrich parasitic syndrome, all of this stuff. And they're going to think that this is the true diagnosis and the true solution to the West's problems. At least this is a misdiagnosis. At worst, this is misdirection.
Wow, you're absolutely right. Well, folks, we have to get into gear here, and we have to make this work for us somehow. So it definitely could be an intentional misdirection. Even if it didn't start that way, it is becoming and will likely be employed that way. So I have a review that is under this book that I need to finish. But if you go there, it's a 1-star review, and you read my review, and I have a photograph of Go Free and Gad Saad's book side by side. If you find my review informative, please click that you found it informative. That will help to keep it near the top, so that when people go and they read about his book, which tens of thousands and tens and tens and tens of scores of thousands are purchasing this book. And Mr. V is right. I sounded the warning weeks ago now that we could end up in a scenario where when our people, who Mr. V is telling us great news here, they are looking for Go Free. That's what they want. Mm-hmm. They actually want an instruction manual to deal with anti-whiteism. They don't know what to call it anti-whiteism yet, but that's what they're looking for. They've landed on this anti-white bastards channel because of all of his promotion, because of all of these people that are pushing him. The exact opposite of what's happening in the white sympathetic spheres for what we have going on here, and we continue to build here in Going Free. They're going to end up knowing idea pathogen and these terms, and when they finally hear about Going Free, they're going to, many of them, erroneously conclude that this is some sort of anti-white slur, racist copycat of what this anti-white, non-white individual has done, which, by the way, all of his community and a lot of wealthy white people are all talking about how brilliant he is for this baffle-gabbing nonsense, this claptrap that he shares throughout the totality of this screed of his. They're going to end up thinking that if we don't get to them first. So at the very minimum, you who are hearing my voice, you need to go over to Amazon. You need to type in Gad said, you need to find this book, you need to find my review. And if you find my review helpful, you need to click that you found it helpful, so that others of our brothers and sisters, when they go to purchase this book, they will see. There are other things you can do as well. You can, if he's on a radio show, you can call in. If he's on a live stream, you can get into the live feed and you can say, do you know that there's actually a manual that was written many years before, even published on Amazon, before his book, Gad Saad's book, and here's the name of it, and go check that out instead. And this guy's actually anti-white. He's not going to help you at all. He's telling you how to attack white people with anti-whiteism. They're the enemy in his book, as Mr. V is pointing out here. And there are many other things that we can think about doing, and we can crowdsource for those ideas. But now to wrap up what we have here at the tail end of this conversation, Mr. V, we have to find out, how exactly are you thinking about being able to present? You're going to put all of this work together, I guess your quotes, your screen captures, your everything you have there, your notes. And are you thinking that we put them up on websites? Because I would happily put it up on my website. But are you thinking we put it up on websites, or and then we share the URL of that specific review so people can go there and find out about it, and then we promote it as hard as we can? What are your thoughts, and what is anybody's thoughts in the live chat, if you have any ideas about how to get this out there?
Yeah, for anyone who's got any ideas, that's very important. Yeah, brother, if you wanted to put something up on your website, I'd happily work with you on that. My idea is putting it all together, finding a way to get it to those in our community that we know are genuinely in our community, so it doesn't end up in the hands of anti-whites, and therefore they could predict what we're going to do. But to have it so that they can access it, and it's just primarily going to be all the primary sources. So it's going to be quotes from the book, it's going to be notes from and timestamps from shows. I do have my notes on there about themes, about things that are not in there, breaking it down into MPs, and I believe that we should contrast. I call it Gad Saad's promotion contrasted to Ricardo Duchesne's defamation, because not once was Ricardo Duchesne mentioned in Saad's book, yet what happened to Ricardo Duchesne would have been perfect. They're both in Canada, they're both under the anti-white regime's academia. Mm-hmm. The case of Ricardo Duchesne was well known. It was an academic mobbing. He was slandered by anti-whites, forced into early retirement. But how come he's not mentioned?
Yeah.
And we all know about, Jordan Peterson and Ricardo Duchesne, and what Jordan Peterson said about Ricardo Duchesne, and how anti-white he was when the idea of European pride came up. So I definitely think we should contrast that, because one is the abstractionist academic versus the true defender of the West academic. Mm-hmm. So I think that's an important contrast for us, because Ricardo Duchesne didn't get the promotion, he got the defamation. But yeah, brother, what I think we should do is, if you want to put something up on your website, I'll happily work with you on that. But I would love to find a way for us to distribute this among those who want to make videos about it, those who want to write articles about it, whatever. I'll happily give them all my sources and all my notes on it.
Yeah, I mean, we might have to set up something. We'll see. We'll think about this. I'm envisioning right now a page or a site in of itself that can aggregate. So if people make videos, then the videos can be placed on the site or on the page, and so it can have many fingers going out into the internet and be able to drag people back to this all of this information, so that they can find, and then they can become, participants in the discussion when this anti-white cur, who immediately, when I had written him, and if you haven't seen that video, folks, please do watch it. Immediately, when I had written him and said, well, what you're talking about is very similar to what I wrote many years ago with my mean pathogens, and I showed some of the similarities in the comments. And he immediately, instead of having a conversation with me, went out to his entire community, slandering me as a Nazi and an actual or genuine Nazi, however he put it, and then demanding that Jack Dorsey of Twitter remove my account from Twitter and threatening lawsuits for defamation because his book came first, but it obviously didn't. My Go Free was even published on Amazon before his book. So not only has Go Free been around long since before then, but it was even on Amazon before his book was on long years before Amazon. His book was on Amazon. So he is a lying, anti-white, filthy piece of trash, and he did everything he could to defame and destroy me in that brief interaction, and our entire community. Spoke disparagingly about the entire community, and he is riding high on the dollars of white people in what is clearly a bait and switch. This is going to help you, but then it ends up being this is how to attack white people. This is how to perpetuate the anti-white narrative, perpetuate anti-whiteism, and it is absolutely disgusting. I couldn't be happier, more delighted and grateful that you have dug into this. You've pulled all of this information out. You've got it from videos. You've got quotes from conversations. You have quotes from the text itself, the source material, to be able to put this together, to aggregate it, and then get it up somewhere so that folks can see it. I mean, that is extraordinarily powerful. So yeah, a huge round of raucous emojis for the great Mr. V. And let's make sure, folks, that if this guy is going to, by way of his efforts, by way of other anti-whites out there, abstractionist anti-whites, like so many here that were just named, Peterson and the rest. If he's going to end up being supernova and rich because of this, which he continues to earn off of our people, then we need to make sure that everyone knows what they're really getting. To know that the rat poison, that it's meretricious. It looks good. It smells good. You think it's going to be good. And then once you ingest it, you're dead. It is a dead end. He is a gatekeeper, and we need to take action. So God bless you, man. And we will have you back every week if you'd like to give updates on this project. And make sure you reach out to me. You can right here on Skype to talk about the way that we can collaborate. And I'm sure once we have that data up somewhere, so we have it on a page on my website, once we have that data up, then that will be available to everyone who wants to make videos about it. It'll make it very easy for them. They'll be able to go there and grab everything they need for the videos they make or the podcasts they make about it. Beautiful. Fantastic.
You nailed it, brother. You nailed it. That's exactly what would be the ideal, an archive that people can go to so they can do that, and they don't have to spend money on this crap pamphlet. By the way, the price of this Kindle, you could buy 2.5 Go Frees. It's incredible. And yes, I have the first edition of Go Free, and I would love to do a video where I compare this book, not to the second edition of Go Free, but just to the first, and talk about who is the actual originator and what actually came first. And I predict, just because I do have a few predictions of what's to come based on this, he uses faux racism in the book and also faux sexism, etc. And he clearly lays out that he thinks identity politics is a mean pathogen. And then it gets back into this individual dignity, which is just kind of like, a catchy way of saying, here, I'm going to deracinate you, Westman. I'm going to bring you back into this abstractionist, civic, quote-unquote, nationalism, this individualism, this Enlightenment values, and we got to return to reason. And it's not about anti-whiteism, which is never mentioned in the book. It's about anti-science or anti-reason or blah, blah, blah. And at the end of the day, all that he says to white people essentially is, you don't have to apologize if you're white and blah, blah, and et cetera, et cetera. But throughout the book, right, he constantly brings it back to the anti-white World War II religion, constantly. Constantly in referencing that guy that we must hear about forever, that guy that can't just die, that can just be left alone. No, he must be referenced forever. And you must always go back to that World War II religion. And of course, you must praise the white men that killed other white men for this anti-white cult. God, I just, the only thing that was honey badger about me when I was reading this was the anger. That was the only honey badger thing. Activate your inner honey badger and tear this piece of crap book to shreds. That's all I say on that. So thank you so much, brother. And I'll keep in contact with you on Skype.
Amen, brother. You're the best. And Promethean hails, and we'll talk to you soon.
Hail to the first and the last. Take care, brothers and sisters. Talk to you soon, brother.
Amen. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, that is truly fantastic, Mr. V's work. We have run out of time. I do have a note here. Since last week, Zach was unable to make his second point. Zach, you'll be first if you are with us or you hear my voice in replay. If you want to call in next week, you'll be first to make your second point. And we're getting better. We'll be able to, that we had to spend a lot of time with the great Mr. V there for the obvious reason. And that was very important. And the work he's doing is extraordinary. It is poignant. We need to move on this because of the importance of the subject, because of how many people are going to be misled by this guy and his cohorts, his other anti-white cohorts, telling white people that to talk about the telling them one thing up front and then snatching it away the next minute and forcing white guilt on you, celebrating white people being anti-white, exterminating other white people, brothers' wars, celebrating brothers' wars. So he says you don't have to apologize for being white, and then you need to feel white guilt because here's the religion of World War II, which is a preeminent part of the anti-white narrative, and it's just is used to beat over white people's head again and again and again and again. And he says, Mr. V is pointing out that Gad is openly acknowledging that as a non-white anti-white, he has supreme power in the West, and here is the tool that he can use: white guilt. That's what Gad said in that passage, that in exchange in the book that Mr. V read to us. That I've got this massive hammer that I can use against white people. When they show up, I can wield it anytime I want, and I win every conversation because of it. Well, folks, he does. If you stay in the anti-white narrative, he will win in conversations with you. But you are not going to be inside the anti-white narrative. We're this human waste who actually defamed me. I could sue the crap out of him for that defamation, all of his threats of lawsuits for defamation. What filth he is, what anti-white filth he is. And you know what makes you filth, Gad, is that you're anti-white, nothing else. I know you hate that. You want me to say that it's something else about you, but it's just the fact that you're anti-white, and it makes you just absolute scum of the earth. And you revealed it yourself in your own book, and you revealed it in your conversations, and you revealed it in your tweets. You've revealed it numerous times. That's what makes you filth, is that you are anti-white. The day is coming to an end that we are going to tolerate anti-whiteism. Let me take a quick look here, make sure. Okay, we're blank everywhere. K Maximus says your Amazon comment might not be visible anymore. I'll look into it. Thank you for that. Check the 1-star reviews and see if you can find it. We'll just keep endeavoring along with Mr. V and everything else that we're doing here to have success. There was a bunch of things, comments that I wanted to read we didn't get to. We had a great time though in this gathering. I'm very excited about everything that is going on, and I am really delighted about moving forward with the audiobook of Prometheus Rising. I mean, who knows? Maybe Gad Sad will suddenly have some other version of Prometheus Rising, and then that'll be published everywhere, and he'll be making hundreds of thousands off of that as well. But I'm very excited about moving forward with that. The new introduction is going to be fantastic, and we need to share that. But I'll be back on Wednesday, PWR, maybe a roll-in going free somewhere. Of course, tap at some point. over the course of the week, and I want to see everybody excited and doing wonderful things. There are a lot of scary things happening right now with the anti-whites. All right, I want you to just listen to my voice for a moment. There are a lot of scary things going on. They're making a lot of great anti-white plans about these great big plans that they are going to implement to go after people. They're using terrorism. The entire intelligence community in the United States and many of the other Western countries, maybe all, are now focusing on white people who are heretical to anti-whiteism. And they want to persecute, they want to prosecute, they want to ruin lives. The people who are in the public eye are the ones like myself, Jared George, Sam and Laura. Those are the ones that they'll do that sort of thing to scare the rest. They'll be taking, as you know and see, they'll be taking the right to travel away by air. In the U.S., they'll be taking the right to self-defense away from many people. If you continue down these bad paths, you have to go free, folks. You have to go free. And this week, I'm going to be looking forward to seeing some of you beginning glorious things or doing glorious things, accomplishing magnificent feats in service to white well-being. And I'll leave you with this final thought as we wrap up the Going Free today. And that's this: with everything that's going wrong, bad, scary in the world, there is only thunder. There is only lightning. There is only a return of the sun that rips through the dark clouds when it rains. I love you all, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go free.